I will accept a motion for us to move into executive session, or did I already do that?
You could, actually.
Yeah, okay, good, right.
I think just formally open.
I'm formally opening the meeting and thanking everybody for being here, and let's get to it. And Susan last night was going, I'd really like to make sure that I get this done as quickly as possible, so she was gently saying, don't talk so much.
And just as a reminder, Sabiel's here, we're also recording,
Yes.
so.
Sabiel, thank you.
Morning.
Yes, so Chair O'Brien and I had a little conversation about timing for getting things done. And you'll see that I sent you a proposed project milestone and schedule. And I was thinking that you wanted to be done like before the holidays started. But I also understand that you want to get it right and you don't want to rush it through. And so what I want to say is not getting right is not an option. Like that's not even on the table. So it's just a matter of, you know, what's the timing that you'd like to do? Because what I was suggesting in this proposal was, for example, let's see how far we get today on the language we haven't looked at all. And if we wanted to, we could have a virtual meeting for a couple of hours just to get through, so that then at our October 20th meeting, we could be looking at the draft to get to draft final. So let's see where we go. I'm not pressing this. I'm just saying if you wanted to have it done before the holidays start, because then we're probably into January, this may be a way to get that done. But we can talk more about that afterwards. So I also sent, and we'll talk more about that later, I sent the document that says outreach and consultation activities. And so because I've opened up that discussion a couple of times with us, I thought I might get us started. So that was just kind of to help us think through how to make that happen. And then we've got the job descriptions, which I think what I'm going to do is just send them to you and ask you to send me comments and suggestions and revisions on that. Because I'd like to focus most of our time on the draft language today. All right, so with that in mind, we're going to pick up where we left off at the last meeting, which is page 7, Executive Director Goals. So my plan for today is to go through the issues that we didn't talk about the last time, and if we actually have time, then we'll go back around and pick them up again. Sound good? Sound like a plan? Mm-hmm. Okay. So I'd like to open the floor for discussion of Executive Director goals. And had you gotten the documents in advance of the meeting? So, or did you just get them
Like the night before.
the night
Yes,
before?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, so take a minute to look at that section and let me know what you think.
Can we maybe breathe some life into number 2? I guess I assume that, but I don't know if it is something that is either therefore, I assume it shouldn't be there, or is it, end of the day, the commission sets the rules. I guess I want to just be affirmative about that, realize number 3 establishes that, but is number 2 therefore like a spiritual comment of like there should be some alignment, and that's we strive or aspire for that, but in the day, the commission, they point the ship.
And I'll just say that was part of the discussion, so I was just trying to reflect the discussion. If it's not necessary, we can just delete that. If the number 3 kind of.
The only thing I'm just curious, is this, basically, it might be, you know, spiritual, it might be just reinforcing that we want to be collaborative with you and we want to listen. I mean, I don't know how, you know what I mean? Right? So that, I don't know if that's bad language or, not bad is not the word, but do you see it as being duplicative or?
Not necessarily, no. Well, perhaps. I think maybe there's a way to merge 1 and 2
Mhm.
in a productive way that is, because one of the things that I, based on where we've gotten to now, which I think is a good place as far as the goal setting process, but it also coincides nicely with the performance evaluation process, is that the goal should be informed in part based on that evaluation process. So in a sequential way, it should be the evaluation process occurs, there's feedback in that evaluation process is what would you recommend for goals? Or what would you, kind of moving forward, what is your counsel or suggestion? And there should be a connection between those two things. And I don't know how to embed that. I'd like to embed that here. That should put a burden on me or any executive director to use the evaluation process as a introduction to goal setting. Then it ties the entire thing in together as a annual exercise.
I remember this conversation because I think I was one of the people who raised it as something I didn't realize. I know you're saying that it's, it's evident just in practice and seeing how we operate, but that wasn't clear at the beginning as a new commissioner.
Yeah.
So I do believe that it's helpful to have that there so that you know when we're going through the goals and when we're starting to develop those goals, to also have the priorities of the commission and commissioners in mind as well.
Yeah, and that wasn't always the case too. And so it actually might coincide with the new process, certainly. But there were actually circumstances historically, and I realized that needs to feed into this, that there were mistakes made as far as, or assumptions made too, around commissioners would actually provide feedback on what they thought the goals should be, and I never knew that. So I never got that information. And I would then develop goals that would be silent as to what the state of commissioners' priorities were. And commissioners would give me the feedback of, you didn't use, there's nothing, my priority is not reflected here. And my answer at that point was, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Right.
So the process we have now, though, I want to be clear, is wholesale different. But that's why I want to try to embed as much as we can that our current process here to make sure we stay loyal to that.
Which is, okay, so I'm confused, because I was gonna say, there's not enough granular on process here. So, in other words, this is how I understood, you came up with goals and then we commented after the fact, like that's when the input window was. Like not prior to you designing your goals. Is there an input window for commissioners before you put pen to paper and send us your goals?
I would say there should be both two inputs. One I think is formal and one I think is informal.
Okay.
And that's where also I also appreciate there being department heads and kind of a generalization of staff here as well, given that there should be some upward and downward kind of outreach here. That informal aspect should just be our regular check-ins. And then so I think that's, and we've talked a little about using those meetings in a productive way that are providing feedback, but also as I start to put pen to paper saying, Commissioner Roy, as I do this, what do you think about? It might just be brain picking on certain aspects of goals, but then the performance evaluation process, in my opinion, should be a very formal. And I don't want to, I guess Commissioner Stebbins has led on this, and I want to be deferential to that vision as well. I may not be articulating it in an eloquent way, but I think there should be an opportunity for commissioners to leave a comment or a suggestion in there that is, again, a formal, I believe this should be a goal. And at that point, I may agree or disagree, but at least I'm aware of it, and we can then have that discussion.
Prior pen.
Correct.
So I'd
like them to be restated.
I'm wondering if I'm hearing two different things. The first one, I'm wondering if this gets at, if we revise number 2 to say there should be some alignment between commissioner priorities, executive director goals, and information derived from the executive director performance review. Does that get at that one? And then I think the second item, the second part you said was some kind of formal opportunity for commissioners to provide input. And so more than just in consultation with the commissioners.
And I think that aligns with the performance evaluation process specifically, as far as when commissioners submit their materials. And I realize that a form has not been finalized entirely, but I believe there was an inclination to allow for that commentary and feedback as well. So in addition to how did Sean fare against, how did any executive director fare against their goals for the previous year, what would you like to see for the next year? So it's kind of that cascade into the.
So that formal opportunity to suggest goals is part of the performance review. So this addition answers both of those questions.
Kind of as a third bite at the apple.
In a way, yeah.
Commissioner Roy, what you were asked earlier was sort of like what comes first. A little bit
Yeah, I
like the
don't
chicken
see
and the
that
egg.
here. I don't see the first part here.
Yeah, and I think it's because of how it happens, like when we came in, when his evaluation started.
Yeah, you're
So I
right.
think because we
Yeah.
haven't had we haven't
Full
started,
cycle.
we haven't had a full, like, clean cycle, I know what your head's thinking, like,
Yeah, like, and we're, like, that's assumed in here, but for generations forward, it's not
Yeah.
written that,
so how do we assume it a little bit in here? Obviously, because this is not a process, this is not an operational document per se.
no.
But I know what you're saying, because it's like, what comes first, like does Sean's, the executive director role come in and say, hey, I'm here, what are all your priorities? Now let me work on my stuff. Or he already has priorities that he's working on. We kind of come in into the middle
Right.
and then also have priorities. So, there should be some alignment between commissioner's priorities and executive director. You're kind of like,
In
yeah, but I missed the
infancy.
both. Yeah,
In the infancy. of your
I know what you're
role,
saying.
Like, that's all. I'm
Yeah.
trying to say.
I don't know how you assume, like, I don't know how you word that into that, but I know what you're,
Like you're saying, check-ins is an opportunity for us to share our goals, but
Meaning it's a more informal,
yeah, but do
I
we
think
need to
that's
speak to that in this document? Because we all know what you mean, but
Yeah, I think the check-ins are style. There may be future iterations
Yeah.
of commissioners and an executive director that prefer different styles. I don't think you want to formalize that check-in dynamic as process. I think the formal process you have is the performance
So,
evaluation.
to that point, so like your goals are yearly or fiscal year or calendar year?
Calendar year.
So do we need to put that in calendar year, not fiscal year? And so based on a calendar year, we're in October, are you already making your goals for next year?
Not necessarily, no. I would probably brainstorm, but nothing's written, not at all.
So when is the like sweet spot for you to start to make your goals for next year?
November, December.
So then should we say in the third quarter? I don't know, I'm just.
I wouldn't be too specific. The only reason is that we can't tailor this to Sean, right? This is like an executive director, high level. He is the ED, but we're talking always future, right? So maybe it's a bullet having to do with like operation, process, and timeline.
Calendar year.
Yeah, how it, I don't know how to word it, but I'm just talking, just maybe something how it operationally, processy, timeline, how it fits to the executive director's timeline of goal setting or something like that, something to that. Does that make sense?
are you comfortable with that?
I think so. Yeah, I do think clarifying that it is calendar year based would be helpful. And for a number of reasons. One, it aligns with our staff's goal setting process. So there needs to be some structure to that, I think. And I'm kind of reading a bit into number 2 a little bit more, because I think one of the things we've also talked about early in this process was that I have the declared set of goals from the commission, but then there was a question, I honestly just don't remember who asked it, around, well, what about commissioner goals or commissioner priorities? And I think some of the discussion we had at that point was the commissioner priorities should be reflected in my goals. And that should be the agency's priorities, not my personal objectives, but instead the agency's. And that if each commissioner has their own set of goals, their own priorities that maybe don't align with that, I think that's where this statement of the origins of that come from. Then there's risk of kind of stretching too thin, but also potential conflict or collision, and so I kind of seeing through that light, I can see the value of maintaining a statement to that effect.
So I think I'm trying to capture the, something like executive director goals are developed in the third quarter for each calendar year.
Third or fourth quarter?
The
Fourth quarter?
Calendar year.
I would say advised, right? Because any executive director, it makes sense for us, but it may not make sense for, futures to come. So I would say, so like, that's a suggestion, but
Maybe
like,
do we give him feedback in the third quarter about what he does to rate this in the fourth?
I see what you're saying. So commissioners may advise the executive director during the fourth quarter
Yeah.
for development of calendar year goals.
something like that, like advise versus like, this is what you're supposed to do.
So I think there should be a formal, I just want to make sure we capture, frankly, and this is probably not in my own self-interest, but you set the goals. The 5 commissioners set the goals. No argument, no discussion. That is your role, that is your right.
I didn't even know that.
You voted on them in, was it January, I think, but that's where I would present them as a proposal, and there's the discussion back and forth. And this year, it may have spilled to February, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought you set the goals, we just voted on them, but you're saying we set the goals and we vote on them.
Yes.
I didn't
But
know
I think
that.
that this word alignment, it's important to make sure that we're doing it together, because we don't want to be setting goals that he can't, we don't want to make a promise he can't keep. So that's where I'm just,
That's right.
we've got to fix that.
It's almost like a negotiation in
Right.
a way where I
Right.
proffer a set of goals, solicit your feedback. And I think if there were severe misalignment, then again, the end of the day is you point the ship. So if I don't appreciate or respect the direction it's going, then that's mine to deal with. It doesn't change your right to set those goals.
So I have a question based on the conversations that I had with everyone. If there's an issue that a commissioner wants to work on that arises in the middle of the year, for which they don't need staff resources, I understand they can do that, and that might not be aligned with the agency goals, right? So I just want to make sure that that's clear, that it's not every single thing that a commissioner wants
Right,
to
exactly,
do needs to be in the executive director goals.
And along those same lines, and also known in January, knowing how this agency and this industry and our legislature operates, we're living through it right now. We have a new statute as of August. We certainly had aspirations in January, but no predictability in January. So we need the ability to pivot as well.
Right, and we have that at number 5. I just want to try and get this sentence correct. Commissioners advise the executive director during the fourth quarter for executive director goals for each calendar year. I'll clean that up. But that's the information in that sentence, that the commissioners advise the executive director.
Or inform, or
I think there's more meat we can add to that first bullet and almost convey a different sense of focus by just kind of shifting some of the words around. I would start off with the executive director shall annually develop broad-based goals during the fourth quarter that further the mission of the commission in collaboration with commissioners, department heads, and staff. So, I mean, it's just kind of shifting the vagueness of it around a little bit.
yeah, I like that, that's good.
I'm really struggling though with vote number 2. I mean, if we're doing a collaborative process, if we're voting to affirm his goals, the ED's goals, and weighing in at, I think having that in just kind of seems to suggest to anybody not watching or anybody not involved in it that we're
I
creating
think
some
that's what
tension.
Sean just said, that if there is a collision, then
And that's, to me, that reveals a bigger problem.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I'm following completely.
If we're so misaligned
yeah.
that I'm saying I would like to pursue,
Horse cannabis.
horse cannabis. A strategic goal of this agency should be
I
horse
can look it up,
cannabis.
I thought you guys were talking about.
I did, oddly enough, I don't know if it was on Facebook, like someone was listening and I saw this thing about like pets and cannabis. It was like an article, but it
You
was,
see, you actually know a woman who does.
it was an advertisement, an article. I'm thinking like, that is creepy, and the answer is still no.
No.
But so using the horse cannabis example is, if I were to propose a goal that was, I think we should pursue a strategy or regulatory process on horse cannabis. And then the majority of the commission, so at least 3 commissioners said no. And I was so hell bent on horse cannabis. To me, then I've got some decisions to make or some thinking to do. If I so vehemently disagree with the, again, the majority of the commission, then to me, that just reveals a bigger rift between us and our dynamic, where that's, so be it in a way.
So what
It's
I'm
your right
not,
to set my goals.
what I'm not following the discussion is, do people think we should remove 2 because it kind of clouds things? Or do you feel like it adds something?
I
Um,
have a question about the process last go around. So at public meeting, there was a rub. Remember, he wouldn't, I'm not trying to
There was
bring
a
up
what?
skeletons, but the former, a couple of years ago, like, wouldn't allow us to vote on your goals.
Right.
So was there a breakdown in the process to that meeting that wouldn't allow, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to avoid that public breakdown and make sure that the pre-process is good, so we don't have to do that
So-
again publicly.
Can you provide some context?
Yeah, absolutely. So and that kind of speaks to the historic process as well, where in the past, my goals, and again, I want to just compliment again Commissioner Stebbins on envisioning, I think, a more approachable process, a more collaborative process. The goals we presented to the full commission, this is early days commission, so this is kind of phase 1 of my tenure. There were 2 problems with the goals from my perspective. One was they were tasks. It was get this project done.
Yeah.
So conduct an employee engagement survey. And so a lot of my goals just became check that box.
Yeah.
This time around, this is the first,
Because you had to get things done.
we had to get things done, but
You were like a carpenter.
it was very little strategy to it.
Yeah.
It was very much a do this task. And so they weren't, in the commission approving it was basically the commission's priorities were an employee handbook. The commission's priorities were employee engagement survey. The commission's priorities were respond to constituent calls within 24 hours. But none of it was it was all very granular. And for me, that was, as a policy body and as a strategic vision body, I don't think the commission was spending its energy in the right place. I don't think we were setting the priority or the vision for the agency. I think, and this isn't you, this is the commission in a general sense. I always described it as your eyes were not trained on a high enough horizon. We were just down looking at our feet and saying, take 1 step with your right foot, take 1 step with your left foot. And we did them, but it was not, where are we going over the course of 3 years, 5 years? Instead it was, get this project done. To me, those tasks should cascade from a broader set of goals. If your goals were create a world-class agency, then we can start to employee engagement, and like all those things kind of hang on that one goal. And they were also, I'm going to choose my words very carefully here, so I apologize. They were given to me through a performance management process that was dictated to me. And it was, I've consolidated all of the feedback that I've gotten from all of your fellow commissioners and some of your department heads, and here's the feedback I gave you. And then here's a draft of your goals, and they're going to be on the next meeting agenda. I don't want to be, I'm not going to misrepresent, I did have an opportunity to input into them, but they were not mine to recommend.
And you didn't know where they originated?
I had no idea where they originated. However, when they were presented to the commission, it was through a collaborative process. Sean and I agreed these are his goals. And so other commissioners would tell me, I felt comfortable voting on them because they were represented as your fingerprints were on them. And that was an uncomfortable place for me to be. Just full disclosure on that.
Then I'm walking back to this alignment word, and this seems like this was a lack of alignment.
It was an absolute lack of alignment.
Yeah.
And commissioners, in fairness to, and if each of you were in that same position, knowing the relationships that we enjoy as individuals, would come to me and say, I recommended a goal. There's no reference to it. So, but it's represented in the public. These were your goals developed by you. And my answer, honestly and candidly at that point was, I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's just sort of, reacting to what you say, because build a world-class organization. That's, I'd almost assume that, you know what I mean?
Part of it.
And so how does the commission, because again, I think that it's, there are still some sort of steps in carpentry and different things that, need to be achieved, based on the success. And some of it's policy, and, we'll get into some of that later, but how do you think we should be thinking about this goal setting? Because, I just don't understand, and I don't understand what was sort of put on your plate and what you thought the better I'd love to know what you would have thought in a perfect world, how that would have functioned and what those goals would have been rather than what was presented.
And I think what we're getting ever closer to now is that vision is one of my very first goal for this year is a 5-year strategic plan for the operations of this agency. And then that's actually, some of those were things that, I think the last one was a kind of nation-leading organization. There was something so lofty or so little squishy, I think was a good way to put it. And that's ultimately what the former chair objected to, was there's no metric that we can put to this. I want metrics and understanding, and the way I finally pitched it, I think to the point where he was satisfied to vote, or comfortable with vote, I should say, was to say, that's my burden. I'm agreeing that there is no clear metric to this, so I have to make a compelling argument that I've in fact met it. And so I have to come in and stack evidence that says, we've advised New York, Rhode Island, Connecticut on their legalization efforts. We have the only organization in the country with a research department in-house. And so I have to stack enough evidence that you can say, I think Sean's met that threshold or not, but that's the risk I'm taking in saying this is a goal of mine. And so I think to your point, Chair, the goals have trained high enough that in presenting them, I can say, building a world-class agency, to me, what represents that is some of the projects I think we can take on over the course of the next year. But I think it's fair for you to ask, when you say, well, the 5-year strategic plan, that also should trigger each of you to think, I'm going to see this goal next year. And 3 years after that.
But I guess when there's a big picture like that, and obviously, metrics are how we do measure, and so I'm trying to sort of get my arms around what was wrong with what was placed in front of you. If you had, in this that worst case scenario, what were the goals that were presented to you? And what did you think they should have been instead? That will help me kind of understand what you're.
Yeah, so one of the goals that we actually wrestled with way back when, so the origins of this agency, one of the goals was actually establish a handbook. Just, that's a goal.
Handbook, an employee handbook?
Yes.
Yeah.
And my response at the time was, that's not my goal, that's HR's goal. I should be imposing that goal on HR, and it should be consistent with my goal, which should be create a world-class agency. And a handbook leads into that, or it conducted an employee engagement survey. Again, it's an HR function. I'm not HR, I'm your executive director.
Right.
I should be prioritizing different departments' goals to establish a world-class agency. I should not be, I'm ultimately responsible for their success or failure, or I'm accountable, I should say, for their success or failure. But it shouldn't be my goal because basically what I'm going to do is just take my goal and foist it.
But how do you paint the picture when you have a very broad goal?
Exactly.
Right? How do you paint the picture of what you're going to hold your department heads to? Because I don't, you know what I mean? I could, if you said that to me, there could be a lot of different ways that gets implemented, right? And so I think that the commissioners, I'm not going to say that. I would want to understand what those measurable deliverables are.
I agree.
So that's what I'm saying, is I don't know what you want there, because, I want to be as flexible and is responsive to what you want, but I don't know if I understand, and so I'm.
Yeah, okay, can I make, is there a way to weave both world-class agency and put some examples underneath? Because I feel you set yourself up for failure if you're so broad that what you may feel as a world-class agency, we might not feel that way. If I'm you, I want some check the boxes, because you can turn to us and say, look, world-class agency, 1, 2, 3, these are some examples. Like, I think it helps you and it helps the department heads, it's like, it gives a little more clarity.
Yeah, so I hear that. I think this might be, it's not quite chicken or egg. It might just be sequence of, I take those high goals and I then go to each department and say, these are my goals. What do each of these goals mean to you? And so when I say world-class agency, it allows me to then go sit with HR and say, I'm now developing your departmental goals. Your departmental goals need to cascade from my goals. And so what the problem is though, is I need to go through that process, maybe then report back to you. But that's where the various check-ins, I think, allow
For me, I am speaking for myself, that would help me judge you on your goals. So if you have a world-class agency and the job classification thing is part of it, you can turn to us and say, we accomplished this. Like, it's so broad and it's so lofty that you can't wrap.
To me, it sounds like a mission statement though, and not goal setting.
Yeah.
That's where I'm.
I think you need to get a little granular
That was
under
before
the.
though, right? I mean, we're talking past year.
To a degree, but I think I want to make sure I'm going forward.
You gotta
That's a good point too, because what I don't want to do though is get ahead of the commission by saying to departments, help me set a series of goals. And so let's say one of the goals, I'm going to represent to the commission, I'm going to recommend to the commission that one of my goals be develop a 5-year strategic plan for the operations of the agency. So then the first place I go with, if that's a goal, is right to Alyssa Stack and say, all right, we've got operations. You and I need to start visioning out the next 5 years. If I came to you with, here's the stacked goals based on draft 1, I'm ahead of you now.
That's what I'm hearing. So it sounds like a sequencing, that you need the final approved goals before you go to your staff. So it sounds like there's a check-in. So there's the approval of the goals, and then at some point there's here are the goals for each of my department heads that align with my goals as executive director. And so maybe that's the point where there's a
3-month versus so I guess, let me throw this out there as an idea. We know in here we have a mid-year review. I view the mid-year review as progress, a progress report on goals. I'm wondering if, because the other thing I want to make sure that you have as commissioners is both insight and input, is maybe there's a 3-month window, because bearing in mind that let's say the commission adopts my goals in January, I then need to sit with each department and develop their goals based on that. So that they're still on a calendar year basis. What I end up doing is I basically credit them for their work. It's almost like a prorated annual goal, because I don't want to, they're already at a disadvantage by saying in late January, potentially February, here's your goals for the year. You've also got 11 months to do it versus the full calendar year. Maybe it's a March or April commission meeting discussion of, you set these goals in January. Based on those goals, here's some departmental goals that have been established consistent with those kind of lofty visionary goals. Do you agree or disagree? And then I can go back to departments based on that, or frankly, the departments present. I think I want to make sure that you have access to departments as well.
So is
So it's
this,
not a progress report as much as it is, these are the declared goals based on that.
this is the implementation plan, essentially. Is this approval of the implementation plan? Is it for information? Is it for feedback? Because this would have to be in a public meeting, right? So is it information about the implementation plan? Is it feedback on, or is it approval of?
I would personally see it as more feedback. And again, this is kind of where the governance tension is. How much do we tell him how to direct his goals?
But we're
as
setting
they
them, you
have?
said.
We are setting them. And, you know, Sean pointed out, you know, a piece of that is it puts the executive director at risk. And I do like this kind of orderly kind of update. This is where I am, because I do agree with him. I don't want him to get too out front and say, I've got these goals, here are how every department is contributing to it. What do you think, Commission? more to, I think we all wanted to agree to setting loftier goals and getting away from Mr. ED, you should focus your attention on creating an HR, handbook. But it really is incumbent upon him to say, here is everything I'm doing to meet that goal. And again, encourage each of us during our check-ins to say, what progress did you make this week towards working towards one of your goals? And I think we begin to build that body of evidence. And we begin to, at least one-on-one, are able to give him that feedback on whether we think he's making progress or not. And at the same time, use those check-ins to say, hey, here's one measurement I would suggest.
But how do we establish, and again, I don't want to say metrics, but how do we establish something that is measurable as opposed to arguable? You know what I mean? Like, I can make my case, but there needs to be something, I believe, and this is where I'm having like a hard time getting my head wrapped around the sort of broader mission and not wanting to sort of handcuff you, because I think that that's also part of the communication and the trust, and that, people sort of are working with you to sort of understand, because I think that there will be some mechanical things like, I told you one of my things is, response time, because I think that that's a part of our mission, is to make sure that we're supporting the industry and we're supporting entrepreneurs. And, but how do we measure? You know what I mean? Because if we don't have something objective that you can say 5, 6, 10, 4, check the box. If you don't have that, and then you're saying, I'm managing this, these people are doing that, but we haven't sort of established something. How do we do that? And again, I'm just like looking for your.
But that's why I do think that if the commission is saying, and I'm grateful that some of the goals are multi-year. So there's the 3-year equity goal, there's the 5-year operational goal. And those things at least allow for runway, they allow for planning. They also allow for execution at various levels. So and I'll use the responsiveness as a good example. To me, that folds into best practice, that folds into world-class agency. And so that I could sprinkle that throughout a lot of different priorities. But if I came back and say March or April and said, you set this goal, here's how I've interpreted that for our constituent services department. One of their goals is that within 24 hours, every email is responded to, acknowledged, and that's where you can see the technical aspect of that goal. And then when I come in mid-year, I return to that goal and say, our constituent service department has met or exceeded based on these metrics. And then when I come in for the final evaluation, I would say, our average response time is 48 hours, not 24. But that's where you can hold me accountable by saying, I told you in March or April, based on your vision, here's my execution plan. But it's not, I think it's keeping the commission's eyes trained at the right level versus saying, again, left foot, right foot.
Can I use an analogy? If we're building a world-class agency is a recipe, I think the commissioners should have some say in the ingredients that goes into that recipe. Not after the fact, like while we are cooking the recipe. I think we should be able to say, like, constituent services should be an ingredient, or, because my fear is moving forward, you do a really good job. But what if someone down the road building a world-class agency, to them could be, this agency is too fat. I gotta fire people. I gotta, that's how we build a world-class agency. We gotta get lean. Like, it could, you don't know, so.
But also, can I, and one of the things that you said, and I wanted to respond, because we may be independent, but we still have to justify our budget.
That's right.
When I heard you say we're advising New York, they don't care. You know what I mean? It's a source of pride. It makes us world-class. It makes us, but that definition alone, we've got to justify every penny we spend. And I think, and we've talked about it, it's getting tighter. It's going to get harder. And so that's ultimately, we don't report to anybody except the people who are giving us budgets to do it. So your definition of world-class absolutely means that we are a thought leader. They probably care about research. They probably don't care as much as how we're actually functioning, the mechanics. So I just want to make sure that tension is respected, and I think it's going to become harder to do
Yeah.
going forward. So that's also when I hear more lofty goals, I just think it makes it hard for us to be accountable to the people we have to go up to and ask for money to pay for all this stuff.
So, because I hear you trying to define a process, right? So it sounds like the first thing we have is that the executive director gets input from people and develops these goals. They come to the commission, and maybe there's before the approval of the goals, because that happens at the public meeting, there's a discussion of what commissioners believe are the ingredients of
For the
each goal. So
execution,
that's
obviously.
part of the discussion of the goals, and it becomes part of the record, right? So the commissioners have this conversation about what the goals are, and then when the executive director goes to develop the implementation plan, there should be an assumption that that discussion informs the implementation plan, which comes back to you in 3 months. Does that make sense as a process?
Can we just strike broad-based? That's what I'm struggling with, the word broad-based. Is there another word we can use? Because that goes to your point, when there's too broad-based, I can't.
I want to, part of this is respecting Sean's
Yeah.
ability to run this, but there also is an accountability for us too. And I do think that there can be a balance between the sort of box checking as well as the broader goals, but I don't know what that is. And I think that it is part of the communication and process that we go through, because ultimately, I think you have a definition, sort of broad, a different definition of what your bigger goal is. I may have a very different definition. I just want to make sure that, you know, with this collaborative, you know, approach and really working hard to respect what you do, I just want to make sure that some of that box checking is not necessarily a bad thing, and it's not bad necessarily for our accountability to the public and to our appointing authority. So, and I don't know what that is.
I just have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are those boxes to be checked? Should some of those be goals, or should that be part of the execution plan?
Maybe it's part of the execution plan, but I just want to make sure that there's clarity and understanding that if we're going to be looking at this, you know, from your perspective at the right level, that there's still an understanding that some of that granular stuff and how we measure that counts for our accountability as well. So that's the only, you know, pushback that I would sort of enunciate.
Right. I think one of the things I appreciate about the conversation is the effort to try and figure out clearly what are the commissioners responsible for and what's the executive director responsible for. And I think we need that to run through
Can I make a
the
point that I made to
document.
you yesterday?
Sure.
I also think that this is also one of the, you know, straitjackets of the open meeting law. And that, you know, and that our inability to be collaborative with you, to get your feedback, and then everything is like so siloed and you've gotten punched in the head. And
In the face.
that too, well, both
I
sides.
recently suffered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, poor
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I can relate.
But so this is one of the things I'm saying, Susan, is, you know, is there a way for us on a regular basis to, you know, mediate or, you know, because I do think that this conversation helps us hear you and helps us be on the same page with you. And I don't know how comfortable you are with that.
One of the things I've been thinking a lot about lately is, and like, this stems actually, I want to credit each of you, because I think you've all pushed me to peel the curtain back, not just to you individually, but also a little bit publicly, is I don't mind at a regular basis talking about progress and projects but bringing that to a public discussion. Because one of the things I think that the public doesn't know, so I can't say that they don't appreciate because we've never told them, is there's a lot of other work going on in this
Right.
space. There's a ton.
Yeah.
Our open data strategy is unfolding, but it's behind the scenes.
I got a good primer yesterday, thank you.
And it's a really, I'm selfishly proud of it because it's a priority of mine, but I think you don't need to hear about that from me. you can hear about that from Marianne, who is living it and is brilliant at it. And so I think if you start to see some of that, and obviously again, if the public starts to see some of that, but I think you deserve to see a lot of that activity, and not so much in a one-on-one check-in where you have to go fishing for it to figure out. I heard a whiff of this project, no one's told me about it. I think if we start to look at who can I bring to a public commission meeting on a monthly basis, to just say, you know, this month's highlight, like a staff highlight or a project highlight is this project. And I think that's where in the course of check-ins, it can be solicited from each of you of, I'd like to get an update on this, versus me saying, who can I get the most credit from this month? Who can I hide behind this month? Instead of it's, I'd like to see a presentation on this topic, or, you know, nominating.
So to add that to our agenda, and I think
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm
actually
saying.
makes, and that makes all the sense. in the
But
world,
that's
yeah.
where,
Yes, it's in
Or
Bruce's section.
it's adding meat to
Oh, yeah.
your executive
that's what
director.
I'm thinking.
And the calendar thing.
Wait, but that's also a benefit of having a more concrete goal also, so that the public recognizes that this is something that's work, the commission is working on,
Yeah.
and it's in process. So that's another reason to,
Would it be helpful to change broad-based to strategic goals? That gives you flexibility to be broad or narrow. If we just take out that
Yeah,
word
that's-
and put strategic.
Thank you for clarifying that, because one thing is, if we just abandon broad-based, I didn't want to ignite a debate or a conversation. One of the things it felt like we might have been heading down was, and I don't use this word, I can't think of a better word, so I'm sorry, is kind of micromanaging.
That's right.
And I don't want to wade into that, and so I realize that might trigger a reaction. I don't intend that. But it's more of what is my role versus the commission.
That's right.
And I want to make sure that and not just me, but my role
Right.
has the ability to, if I'm going to be accountable for it, I'd like to be in a position to direct it.
That's right.
And that's just
So is strategic fair?
strategic is absolutely fair.
It gives you
That's where
flexibility.
and how I pitch it to our staff constantly is, I might drive the ship, but I don't direct it. As far as like you point, it. You tell me where you want to go, and
Okay.
it's my job to get you there.
Right.
And then, again, the accountability measure is, if we don't land there, then I'm off course.
That's right.
But you pointed, and I just want to, again, that's the point I continue to drill home with our staff, and they know that. I'm not saying that there's like an argument about that. But I do think that I hear you as far as when you say world-class agency, Sean, what does that mean to you? Because it might mean something different to you than it means to me, and I respect that. I think I owe you that answer. And it could even be in pitching it, here's some of my ideas, but in fairness, I haven't talked to departments about it. Because I also don't want to get ahead of each of you and say, here's the goals I've set for each department. By the way, can you just endorse these for me? Like, it's rubber stamp it and off we go. That doesn't respect your role in the process.
Because this is also sort of bringing back to, you know, how we kind of think about what that definition is and how we sort of set that, you know, together as opposed to, I've been giving a lot of thought, and again, I don't have the same depth of knowledge that anybody at this table does, but sort of really thinking about what success is. Because it's pretty clear to me, even with this new fund, it's not going to be just licenses. You know what I mean? That's part of the definition. And I don't know what work is being done to redefine that, but that's also part of, I think we have to be thinking about strategy, and we have to be thinking about what definition of success is, because we're getting beat up a lot because one measure of success is not being met. And it's not for the work that everyone's doing here and the outreach and, because there are structural gaps in our economy and our society that, make this stuff difficult to do. And that's one of the things that I think we probably need some time, whether it's public or whether it's in one of these mediation things, because I think we have to do a lot of rethinking. With all due respect to this fund that I think is going to help some people, I don't think it's going to obviously answer all those questions, although we got a little closer with Joe Biden yesterday, sort of, maybe, that was some, but until they change those banking rules, I think it's going to make a lot of that stuff. So anyway, just kind of getting back, I want to respect your big picture and your need to do that, but I just want to make sure that there is a meeting of the minds and that we have to understand who we ultimately do. We report to the public and public opinion, and we report to the legislature in this sense.
And I just, on that note too, because the world-class agency as it compares to the priorities of state government at large, I think that's also our burden, and you're right. And I think it's not as if there's a misalignment between being a best in nation standard.
Right.
But I agree that being a world-class agency as it pertains to a state agency might be a different definition than best in nation.
Right.
And I think my argument generally, and hopefully it's resonated with people, at least the proof is in our success, is that we can do both. And we have done both, but I think our status as a best in nation makes us also, I think, an ideal agency. So, and I think things like open data, strategic investments, but I agree, I think strategic is really, I think that's
It gives you flexibility.
and I think it's a good place for the commission to be. That's my opinion. I think it's a good place for the commission to be. You do set strategy. That's your role.
And we're mandated to be level funded, right?
Cost neutral.
Cost neutral.
Yes.
Okay. So at some point, it may come to a point where you need to factor that into these goals
Right now,
concretely.
right now we've probably got about $7 to $8 million as a swing, but
We're 7 million over what we bring in.
our revenue is higher than what our cost would be. But also we should be mindful that
That's-
revenue is not guaranteed.
Exactly.
Based on licensing activity, et cetera.
Yeah.
And price.
And actually, and one of the things I will report to you as we close out this year is we've actually put some work in on revenue forecasting to prove exactly that.
And are we behind on revenues at this point in time, same point last year?
Oh, no, we're ahead.
We are, oh,
I
okay.
just have
All
a
right,
question.
I think I want to focus on the
Okay.
goals. We're kind of moving in a lot of different places. I feel like I have enough of what I need to revise this section.
Mhm.
If there's a final comment on it, then I would like to move us to
Can we
interactions.
take a minute bio break right now?
Yeah. And I'm not quite done on this.
Oh, okay, then let's
Let's do the bio break first.
Mhm.
Fine.
Can you
Okay.
just, yeah, because then it's
You might-
an easier
you might-
transition.
Might generate
Yeah.
a longer discussion.
Oh,
But, sorry. I was just kind of rewording number 2 because I didn't like it. But give some thought to every effort should be made to align commissioner priorities and executive director goals. Instead of saying there should be some alignment, like the terminology. I guess as I was looking further, as we go down further through the process, is it really fair to call these executive director goals at some point, or do we, once we vote on them, they're commission goals?
Right.
But you're voting on the executive director goals that he then is going to implement.
But once we adopt them, once the team is part of.
But are we not talking about, but I think we're talking about the process right now, right?
Yeah, I'm just,
Talk
and
about the way that we're framing this, the way that, what
the
we're all.
way, the way we're gonna frame it after we vote on it, because it's dictating everybody's work, it's dictating our budget, it's dictating our resources, it's dictating a message that 5 of us all carry as we're out there during the year. I
Let's
just don't
take a
know
bio
if we
break.
should-
That's a big question.
It is a
Give
big
everyone.
question.
a chance
Yeah,
to-
you do it.
I hope we should have taken a bio break first.
That's a big question.
How much time are we gonna, I wanted to run to Starbucks, but we have like 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry, Grace
I
was
think-
trying to let me,
Yeah.
we don't have lunch provided today, so we wanted me to make sure everyone
Okay.
is aware of it. Awesome.
So 5 minutes?
Why don't we just take a 10 minutes?
Sure.
Let's talk about lunch, because I don't want to spend an hour in breaks when we have just 5,
Wanna talk about
we
lunch
have
now?
4.5
Yeah,
hours.
it's
to meet.
11:13 already.
Right,
Wow, yeah.
How did that happen? It goes so fast.
yeah.
So what are we doing for lunch is your question? Are we all
I don't
going out?
know,
Are we
if
ordering?
you want to take a break now, do people want to run out, get something and bring it here? Because if we take, yeah, I mean,
No,
we
Can I just say,
Pick it up in a
we're
minute.
probably gonna go in different directions today. Next time it's in Worcester, it's on me. So, but today we're probably going in different directions. It'd be a little trickier for me. So where next time it's on me. in Worcester.
I just,
wanna
you know,
throw that out
we're,
there.
Our break for lunch is at 12, from 12 to 12:30 or something. We can go do whatever, no?
because then we're gonna come back in 10 minutes and have a half an hour.
Oh, got it, right now.
Then let's, I mean, I can leave for lunch unless nobody can.
No.
Oh,
Yeah, take a bio. I'm gonna call us back to order.
Okay, thank you.
And,
It's not taking too
um,
long, so walking.
I'm also
You did.
going to make a strategic decision and say, I'm gonna put in the parking lot whether they're executive director goals or commissioner goals, so that we can go to another issue. But I'll mark that on the draft, so when we come back around.
Shots fired.
And people will have more of a chance to think about it.
Can I just ask one quick question? You're
Yeah.
sort of working on a form or an analysis, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Will that help us here once that's done?
I think it will. I think it will.
So it might almost be, because you're not fully
Is that a
baked yet.
goal, Sean?
It's got some, it's
got
kind of
some
some
bacon.
fine tuning more than,
But I'm just saying, my
It's not in the
sense
oven
is
yet.
that as you
See,
kind
now we're talking
it's
cooking,
fine tuning.
recipes.
no, but I think as you
ingredients,
kind of bake that up, that might sort of
baking.
help us a little.
Yeah, you know, the piece about, we've always had, or we've had a section in the AD's performance review about kind of things you should be doing, professional development wise or other, but just listening to some of this conversation, kind of baking in that
Right.
feedback piece to it, I think it's.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, so I'm going to move us to interactions between and among commissioners and executive director, leadership teams, and staff. And I know this
Much
is
easier.
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
but I want to make sure we have a good amount of time on this one. And this is, Commissioner Stebbins, you created this code of practice based on our last meeting, and so maybe you can introduce it. Because
Okay.
this was really your work.
Actually, what I started with was flying at a much higher level than this. We had some input, was it from you or was it from you, Susan? I mean, this is built
I had
out.
prepared something and then
Right.
you took it and turned it into this, and so,
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I think maybe what I contributed is calling it a code of practice more than anything else. But, you know, Susan, where you kind of picked up, you put a lot more meat on the bones and a lot more specific detail to certain types of interactions, as well as some things that, you know, commissioners need to be mindful of. You know, number 8 is one of those. Number 9 is a little bit more meat that I added, because one of the things that I lacked, even despite my last job, was that understanding the administrative adjudicatory proceedings piece. Obviously, throwing in pieces about compliance with the handcuffing open meeting law, or the straitjacket open meeting law. And also building in some of the details. I think, Susan, you did this, you know, the work group charter, like that's something, at least I've had some experience going through that process, and it clearly lays out timelines, it lays out responsibilities, it lays out a role for a commissioner in helping you to convene or be part of those working groups. So yeah,
okay.
I started off as a little squishy, I'll admit, and then you were able to help bake in a lot more than me, so.
And some of this gets to the question we had at the last meeting about the boundaries, right? So it's related to that. We had one of the roles and responsibilities of the commissioners, and we were
Right.
trying to talk about how do we bound engagement, and we talked about, you know, how do you know that there's an investigation, et cetera. I also just want to add that the very next section is on work groups. So I was just putting kind of a placeholder that there are work groups, and we can get into the specifics of the work groups after we do this section. So open up the floor for questions or comments.
I had a question on 3. Because the way that I've operated, you know, I have regular check-ins with the department heads. And this is saying a little, so if we're have operational questions or requests for support, it does not go directly to the department heads, it goes to you, Sean, to the executive director. Am I reading that correctly?
That wouldn't be how I would prefer it, so.
Okay.
Actually, I read it almost like two ways, because I, like, via the department head is fine with me, but then you're right, through the executive director is, we're basically saying two different things in a way.
Well, are you saying it's around staff support? So like if we have a project or something that requires, like having a check-in is different than saying I need staff support,
I
right?
just find it saying both.
Exactly.
Right, this
Same.
is,
So,
this
right.
says a lot of different things in that sense.
Yeah.
It says operational questions
Oh,
is
yeah, you're
one,
right.
request for staff support is two. And
Yeah.
then it says to the department head and through the executive director. So there's a lot of cause for confusion.
Let's just leave and try to figure it out.
Okay. Or get rid of operational questions and just say staff support.
So I think there were a couple of different things that were going on in the discussion. There was one, I have a question, can I call a staff person or department head? And if I remember correctly, Sean said, what looks like a simple question may not be a simple question. And then the more significant piece was, I need a staff person to do this. And I think Sean was pretty clear that that needed to have more attention to it. So we also had part of this discussion last time, and I think, Sean, there was a sense of asking you if you had some ideas about how to manage that. So
But I
maybe,
think this also kind of backs into what we were also talking about yesterday, which is sort of the workflow of the commissioners themselves. And, you know, I mean, this sort of overlaps with, you know, one, it's sort of like we're getting questions, we'd like to get reasonable answers in a reasonable amount of time, but it's also sort of bleeds into how do we let commissioners have their say in the areas of interest that they want to explore, but how do we make sure that those interests and passions and, you know, missions of each commissioner, how does it fit with
right.
how we,
I think for this
Or is that-
section,
okay,
it's,
fine.
we're
Okay.
really just saying, let's say a commissioner has a priority that they want to work on and they have a question
Mhm.
and or they want staff support.
Mhm.
How is that flow
Mhm.
going to happen?
Okay.
And I think that, Sean, I know this has been a bit of confusion and has led to a lot of hard feelings, so let's.
Yeah, and I mean, I think in fairness, I need to own some of that, of we manufactured it on the fly. And I think we're now suffering from 5 years of haphazard approach. So if we can agree on an approach, I'm all ears and I'm happy to kind of invest some energy. I do think if it's going to be a devotion of resources, I think we need to consider staff to be a resource, especially. I should be involved as far as can we commit that? And I think it's actually convenient this kind of comes after the goal setting process, because if I'm going to pull a resource off of them working on a goal. I think one, is it a commission priority is a good first baseline question. If it's not, that's, again, based on the timing, that's okay. Things are allowed to come up midstream. But then what is the impact on that staff member and the projects that they are in fact working on? How do I ensure that I don't hold them accountable for missing a deadline or missing a goal if in fact I'm the one or we are the ones that pulled them off of that? So I think because of it's a devotion of resources, I just want to make sure we're intentional about that.
Yeah, but Sean, it's also like, you know, and I always, you know, I'm like a transition person, so I'm always thinking, you know, the next person, the next commissioner, the next executive director, right? But it's also like, you've had to function this way due to the culture that was created at this place.
Agreed.
So I think that we gotta think about that a little bit, right? In terms of if things are balancing out now where, you know who we're talking to, I'm sorry.
You couldn't hear my
Side
stomach
bed,
growl.
beg
your
Oh,
my
stomach was
stomach
growling
growled so
very
hard.
loud at the end of this
I'm so sorry, I'm like,
table.
oh my God, I'm so embarrassed.
I said, it's okay. get
We
me.
lost you.
My apologies. It was noticeable.
Sorry, my stomach.
Susan, we're breaking at 12 for lunch. I have like really good hearing. It's really weird. So it puts me on.
My apologies.
No, it's all good.
I'm trying to solve the
No,
problem.
it's all good. I guess that the point is just that the functioning of this bullet is because of culture dynamics. So I think it's thinking about what's the proper, I think about other agencies, how other people do it, but this is challenging. You have 5 commissioners, we're here to work, and want your attention. And, to your point, Chair, last time, there isn't another person, right? And there isn't sort of like that person who's helping him buff and kind of, separate us or ask questions or whatever. So just thinking about this in terms of the process and, like I sent everybody on leadership team last week or this week a little Teams message. I put everybody on and I said, just letting you guys know I'm working from the Boston office every Tuesday. I'm doing water cooler walk Wednesdays and talking to people. I'm going to be engaging with staff. Just re-engaging with folks, right? I think we had this conversation of kind of starting to kind of re-engage, and I said, heads up, I'm doing it so that you all know if anybody has a question, situation, just call me, right? But I wanted to give folks a heads up so that it's not like, oh, Commissioner Camargo's in the office, working on something, just gonna blow up a building or something, It's like, no, I'm coming into the office, I'm working, I'm engaging folks, I'm checking in with staff, with leadership to say, hey, can I come into your staff meetings? When you guys have one in the next few weeks, can I pop in? So my point is like, I've adopted that because of the culture that's been here, but also because I'm not trying to, make anybody uncomfortable, disrespect you, your role, or anybody else, right? So I usually come to you and say, hey, Sean, I'm doing this. So I guess my point is that this bullet is very cultural commission heavy. And I think that I want you to, I guess, because you're the ED, right? So I want you to think about it as what you've had to do because of sort of things that have happened, but also what does this look like past you?
Yeah, but I guess I'm not disagreeing with that approach at all.
Yeah.
In fact, I think that's a worthwhile culture pursuit. I think the point I was making is more specific to if you instead said, I'm starting this project, who wants to sign up for it? Then I would probably come to you and say, can we talk?
Can we talk about how this is in action though? Just because
Sure.
I know that when I have a conversation with department heads, that you are informed about, let's say if there's a lab visit I want to request. And I'm talking to our chief of investigations and enforcement, and I know that entails maybe a member from his team being present for that. I just assume the way that this operates is that you are notified about this request for any sort of visitation.
Yeah.
You said not always?
Not always, no. And I don't know that I need to be honest. I'm not going to micromanage you.
But see, that's what
That's what we need.
that's
What
what
we
I'm
need
trying to
know.
figure out, this
That's part of the-
number, because that is staff support. That is that's something
Agreed.
that actually happens, and I will do
Yeah.
that. But I just assume that the way that we function, if I'm having this conversation and it's being coordinated, you're being notified.
Not always. I can assure you, not always, no.
And do you want to?
But
Do you feel
I also feel like that's not necessarily, like, are the commissioners the ones who have to say, like, wait, as a matter of fact, Sean, I met with this person and this person, and this is in the works, or should your department heads be having these conversations?
I would say that's the department head. So
Yeah.
one of the things that maybe we can talk through is is structure a little bit, where I think you obviously have unfettered access to me, always. And I would argue, I think those kind of direct report department head folks similarly. That's commission leadership as far as I'm concerned. And one of the things, like if we start reaching lower, that's when it might be a
Yeah, yeah.
challenge where,
Yeah.
and I just want to acknowledge kind of the power dynamics. Where
Yes.
your
Yeah.
innocent question may not be interpreted by the receiving staff member as,
That's right.
like, get to this whenever, or they're gonna drop what they're doing. I don't reach down below the department head level.
You see, I think that's a separate thing from this line. It's like, we're talking about department heads, it's that interaction between you, department heads, and the way that we're interacting with those heads,
Yeah.
and not staff.
I would say, I agree with you. I think the burden is on the department head to keep me apprised. And that's my relationship with them that I have to manage.
So one clarification is to say that commissioners have open and direct access to the executive director, and is direct reports, is it department heads? What's the,
So you get
Right.
two different answers out of that, yeah.
Yeah. to
That's
who,
where-
I guess?
Yeah.
And I don't want to incorporate another document by reference, but like org chart matters. So, for instance, if you have an IT issue, you should have access to the chief technology officer, but he doesn't report to me directly. So I would say department.
So I just have a question on 3 too. So most of the stuff we get is not like urgent, time sensitive, but public meeting week, it is urgent, time sensitive. And we serve as judges, and if we need information or answer, like, we don't have time to go through two layers to get to Kyle. Like, we need to be able to pick up the phone and, like, we kind of had this Kyle talk before. So if I'm going to put a condition on a license, because I think they're using a colloquial terminology, I need to know right away. I need to consult someone pretty quick. So I don't know if we put like,
I think that's under 5.
Yeah, we build that.
Yeah,
in
that's
number
in
five.
that's 5.
Right, number 5.
So,
That's for licensing questions. And then,
but is there anything else like
and that's the next
public meeting
question.
week that, I just don't want to miss anything or overlook anything when it's time sensitive. That's all I'm trying to say.
Public meeting week is actually really, it's its own unique animal in a lot of ways, but it is chaos. But just to be fair too, it's chaos on the staff as well. Because the questions are fast, furious, and sometimes in the wrong place. So for instance, a condition frankly is not something Kyle should write. A condition is something your legal staff should write. But then Kyle, rather than saying to you, no, I'm not gonna write that, is gonna go to legal. But now Kyle's going to do it. And they're both coming to me saying, heads up, Commissioner X has a question about this license.
I did not know that's supposed to go to legal.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
I know, I've done
right?
the same thing with him. I've wordsmithed
But that's
conditions
new
with him.
because, but it's also us trying to, just to be kind of clear as far as sequence here. This is a recent discussion of me trying to right size and it's actually asking the question of like, who should be doing this? Because both are doing it. And what I'm realizing is that, and this is not a criticism, I just want to watch my tone a little bit here, is I'm observing the chaos and trying to make sense of it. And in doing that though, and so I'm not saying you should or shouldn't be doing it. I'm actually saying I want to come to you soon with a plan of if this, then that. So if this is your question, then go here. If this is your question, then go here. Because I think you've all developed both relationships as well as instincts of, okay, who can I go to get an answer? Who can provide me a substantive and a timely answer? And that's frankly, again, I think a sign of we're a 5-year-old agency that's coming into maturity. Let's start to professionalize some of this where you are entitled to, and it's kind of that, I was thinking about like almost mapping it out or drawing it out of like, where are the various firewalls?
Yeah,
Your role as a licensing authority, to your point, the way you phrased it was like being that administrative judge.
yeah.
You are supported in your exercise as administrative judge by legal. Enforcement is kind of that firewall, and Kyle falls under enforcement. But like the question about, is this a colloquial reference? That's a question for Kyle. Like, did you evaluate this? Am I going to place a condition? What should that condition be? That's a legal function.
Now, to that example meeting, I did, and I got an answer, no, it's not colloquial, and I thought it was. And then you brought it up in meeting, and should we, and I regret not putting a condition on. I'm kind of upset that I didn't put a condition on that one. And so who should I have consulted with? Who could have said that, yes, Commissioner Concepcion Roy, that's colloquial? Like, who?
Could you just tell me, I don't understand, what is colloquial?
It means like you can't use blunt in your name or
Oh, okay, just
joints
wording.
or weed,
Okay.
like
Just
just,
the colloquial.
Yeah.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. thank
Yeah.
you.
so, so you then said after the fact, yes, it was colloquial, and we lost our opportunity to put a condition on that. So who should I have gone to?
Okay, sorry.
No, I remember that the response was, we determine whether or not it's colloquial.
Who's
The
we?
commissioners as individuals, like we have.
We should have put one. I'm so mad we didn't.
That's so weird though, because there's stuff that says cannabis everywhere.
No, but that's okay.
Cannabis, when blunt's not.
Well,
Yeah.
cannabis is the legal definition, blunt is the colloquial reference.
Yeah.
I'm not,
Tomato,
I put one
tomato.
on Keith, another one,
Tomato, tomato.
I remember. I think it's like I knew you were, and so I thought you were because.
and we should have. And so in that instance, can you tell us who should we look to
So,
get an answer?
yeah, and I think there's 2 separate questions there though. Is this colloquial in your opinion? That's a question for licensing and enforcement. I'd like to place a condition. That's a task for legal. So who writes it?
Did I get improper advice?
But she's asking who determines that. Like, so the response that you got
But
is
it was
no.
no, and you're saying it was a yes, and I think it was a yes, and she thinks it was a yes.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is like the recommendation of staff would have been no, it was no, that's why it was presented. I didn't catch it, so that's my failure as well. which I
caught it.
similarly regret.
None of us did.
But that's where it's ultimately, and this is where we make recommendations to the commission. We don't make determinations for the commission. And so there might be a circumstance
Big
where,
C.
yes, sorry, the 5
Is that
commission.
another quote?
I didn't know about that.
All right, so.
We won't get lost in the weeds.
So, I mean, but what this points to again is a question that seemed like an easy question really
But
does
it
need
affected
some.
the way we
Right.
judged that license. This is important because I would have judged that license differently, having the right information.
Right,
This
but
is important.
so does that suggest that there's just a statement that says questions about licensing conditions go to legal? Or is it that questions go to Sean so he can figure out who the question should be sent to?
And then that speaks to the chaos of a public meeting week where
Right.
I think commissioners are entitled to a timely support. And I don't know if I do serve as that specific traffic cop, I can guarantee you by Thursday, I will be pulling my hair out and unable, in fairness to commissioners, I don't know that I would be the right conduit for those things. But I do want to that's why I think though, kind of that, if this is your question, so some self-policing there too. And also the other feedback to staff has been, if it's not in your lane, then get out of it. So in other words, if the question comes and it's about, can you help me write this condition? I'm going to refer you to legal for that topic. And so that's where the burden's on us as well. And we've not all, that's the point I've been trying to reinforce lately is stay in your own specific lane.
Well, what if you send out an email to kind of all of the
To
above
cover all the bases.
and then let
Let
them,
them figure out who to
well, I'm
respond.
just saying, have an email that copies you, but you're not like, but it goes to legal, it goes to, the licensing people, and then they decide, but this is also,
But then you're using
When
a
in
lot of
doubt, just email,
resources.
when in
because
doubt,
then
just
you have
CC
to-
Sean.
So I just want to step back again. So what we've said is that commissioners have direct access to the executive director and department heads, but not to staff.
But
Beneath
this
that,
is one of the things I just wanted to, and Commissioner Camaro, I just wanted to sort of ask, because when you were saying that you're having sort of direct meetings, letting, lower level staff come and come to you, I want to know, how comfortable you are with that, because.
Well, let me make sure.
Yeah, I want to understand what the Tuesdays are, because this is one of the things that I think can be a little bit problematic for the executive director,
Yeah.
because you're his boss.
Yeah.
And so basically, you got a problem, come talk to me. This is.
Let me just be clear.
Okay, I don't know what it is. I
Yeah,
just
I'm
want
just
to
gonna say
understand
that,
that.
this is very important, because this is how things happen at the commission.
Yeah.
It creates its own narrative. So I'm coming back into the office on Tuesday. I don't know what folks are doing and what they want to do. I've built enough relationships internally, I think, and I've sort of played with the rules in terms of like, hey, Sean, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. But I'm going to speak to Christine, I'm going to do whatever. So I just said to them, hey, on Tuesdays, I'm coming back into the office. I'm reaching out to your, senior staff to let them know I want to visit their staff meetings. That's it. But also, I'm going to be actively just checking in with people who I know. Bruce and I are part of our diversity guidelines team. We have a chat. Sometimes we'll say, hey, staff, happy Friday. How's it going? We'll send like little emojis, things like that to sort of like engage staff and have conversation with staff. So for me, it's just more of being present, being, engaging, getting out my house, to be honest, but also letting them know that I am going to be in the office and I'm going to be around. I am going to be having conversations with folks. I don't mean in the office. I just mean either on Teams or in the office. I'm just giving them a heads up because I know that it's very sensitive with staff. In the past, if you have reached out to a staff and sort of not let leadership know, staff gets nervous. And they'll say, Commissioner Camargo is reaching out to me, whatever, I'm using
So
myself
I'm
as an
just saying,
example.
should we all be then doing that kind of sitting in on staff meeting? I mean, because
Let's
that's
just-
like, no, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying, I mean, would you feel comfortable if we all of us started doing something like that? Because I think it's important
Yeah.
to have those lines of communication.
Let me just finish really
Yeah,
quick here, just so I can finish my point, is the reason I gave them the heads up is because I know it makes our staff a little nervous. There's a culture of like, we're commissioners, we're a big deal. It's, if I'm talking to you, I may get in trouble. Or if you're asking me to lunch, can I really go with you? Can I go talk to a commissioner? Can I be in the same place as a commissioner? It's a real feeling at the commission, right? Like we've all worked in agencies and, you know, people have been commissioners and governors and secretaries and you're like, you know, sometimes you don't know how to walk when they're in the room, right? There is that culture here.
Right.
So for me personally, I'm not that type of person. So I want to get to know our staff. I want to see people. I want to connect with them on LinkedIn. I want to invite them to events. I'm speaking at an event in Worcester. I send it to Alyssa. Hey, Alyssa, this event is happening.
Yeah.
Send it to staff, right? There's an event that Bruce sent around December 1st. It's a social equity pitch competition. I sent it to Alyssa. I sent it to Yao. I sent it to everybody. Hey, just in case your staff wants to go to this, it's free, right? So for me, it's like, it's time to reengage. You were here, right? Like we've now settled. Let's start reengaging. So, and, you know, I've said this to Sean before. I may be a little social, but I'm also, you know, I just think that there's time, it's time to
But I think you're
reengage.
setting a good example, but I want to know how comfortable you are with that, because this is,
Or uncomfortable.
or uncomfortable, because if we all start doing it, because I think it's a great practice, and I think that, I mean, I've already gotten yelled at, you know, by one staff person who was angry that we're not done with this process yet. And I'm like, oh, you know, I've only been to 2 meetings, I've been to all of them. And so, you know, I see that sort of fear and that mistrust, but I don't know how comfortable you are, because if it's good for Commissioner Camargo to be doing it, then maybe we all should be doing it to keep open lines of communication. But I think that that's what we're getting at right here, is what is the good governance, which is setting the policy, dealing with the top level staff, dealing with the executive director, as opposed to, you know, again, I think that people can be invited to different things, but it's the ability to go around Sean that I think has potentially created some problems for Sean.
Yeah.
And I'd almost like you to just bluntly, do you think we all should be doing this? And what does that do to sort of your primacy as the leader of the staff? And does that create more problems for you to us be having those direct communications on a regular basis with? I just want to know what your feedback on that is.
Sean, just before you, and I just want to just add this one thing too. I have not reached out to staff. So I reached out to our leadership team, which was on the teams, which you saw it was everybody. And I said, heads up, I'm a busybody. The winter's coming, right? So I want to be a little busy. Yeah, the winter's coming before we hibernate. So I just want to be clear with that.
No. And I'm not hearing what you're, I'm not hearing what you're choosing. I think I misinterpreted. So I just want to understand how comfortable you are.
I guess this might be, I'll put a question out.
Yeah.
So you want to go to staff meetings, like a department staff meeting, if a department head says, I'm uncomfortable with that, what would your response be?
You want me to answer?
Yeah,
Oh,
I guess
yeah.
just a.
So I mean, I think you may know this, because even in the beginning, I know when I asked to join staff meetings, it was like, oh shit, you know, Camargo wants to be in a staff meeting, right? I just want to say hi. I wanted to see people. I want to know who works here. So I think it took a little bit of time. And of course there was an awkwardness, and we're doing all this virtual, right? It sucks, right? It so sucks.
Oh, I'm with you.
Relationships, right? So I think in the beginning it was a little bit of pushback, right? But I think after people got to know me and I think my intentions, I think it's settled a little bit. So I'm always, shit, how many times did you guys say no to me on things, right? I feel like I get pushed back, right? So I'm open to no's, I'm open to being pushed back, I'm open to hearing from staff, which is why I want to be able to build those relationships, because even though we're commissioners, our staff has so much information, so much expertise, so much knowledge. And sometimes we're not able to get that because there is this wall. And Bruce, I know you're super quiet right now, but you've talked about this a lot in terms of.
I can say, this is also one of my sort of concerns about the all remote, because I think that it.
Yeah. Totally. And
I think this is the question,
Yes.
should that wall be there or not?
I don't think it's a
And
wall,
what's
I think it's
I think the question though is what, Sean, you have to speak up about what you're comfortable with, because.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the opportunity.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay, okay.
sorry,
All right,
that was a
sorry.
long way of me answering your question of, I'm okay with saying, no, you can't come to this. But when, I mean, Sean and I know this, right? I've always asked them to go to a leadership meeting, and to this day, I still haven't gone to one, which is okay. I know why I'm not there, or any of us. But we've said this is not the right time to do it, and I'm like, okay with this. So for me personally, I'm okay with the no, you know that. So,
Let's hear more about what you
Yeah,
think.
so-
Yeah, because I think, the reason I asked the question though is because I think, and this is historic, current, I mean, I don't want to assign environment or blame it, but I think it is culture.
Yeah.
Is a commissioner asking for something, I just, from an interpretation standpoint, from how it gets absorbed and
Yeah.
received, is not always an innocent question. I just want to be real about that, that
Yeah,
it's not, there is a pressure there, because there is a stature there. So a question may not be perceived as an innocent, may I attend? It might instead be, I'm attending. And when I'm there, I'm the center of that attention.
Yeah.
And so then the department head may come to me and say, what am I supposed to do about this?
right.
And that's where I'm feeling the pressure is, I know each of you and I know that there's an innocence to that. I just want to engage with staff. So I know that perspective.
Yeah. I
try to convey it, but I also try to disarm or take that temperature
Yeah.
down and say, just try it once, see how it goes. So then I have to have another meeting because I'm not going to get to my agenda for my staff meeting. So I'm going to pull my staff off of, so then it turns into this like spiraling of, and then the other concern is, to kind of get to that wall issue is, I understand that staff have a lot of information. I have a lot of information. Some of it is, it needs to be fully baked before it gets to a commissioner. And there is a lot of high anxiety about those circumstances where in that environment, can I answer the question? Or in that environment, how do I answer the question? How do I escape the question? And so I think, I don't want to stand, believe me, I don't want to stand in the way. And I certainly don't want to be the only keeper of information. But when there is a circumstance where a commissioner is asking for something, I really just hope that there's an appreciation for, regardless of the intent or the delivery, how it gets received by staff is not always going to be as you intended
It's true.
it to be represented or delivered.
Yes.
And so that pressure is real. I mean, I suffer from it. I don't take any of your requests or questions lightly. I take it as do this as a task. And this is historic. I've not always had a firm backbone on some of those things. I have not always had I'm not going to kind of meet you in a place where it's not in my best interest to say no.
Yeah.
That, just to be clear, as a baseline. But I do feel like the intermediary between the staff that's saying, protect us.
Yeah.
Please just let us do our jobs.
That's true.
And I think each of you that's saying, I want to know what the hell's going on here. And that's a real tension that I feel and I have felt for 5 years.
So can I ask, this is sort of an extension of my question last week, because when I was treasurer, I had 500 employees, and I think I've told some people, I met personally with 400 out of the 500 of them when I came on. So I completely understand your interest in developing that rapport. I would like to do that as well, but I just want to make sure that it's the right way and you're comfortable with it, because that's my style too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I go out, I reach, we have lunch, but I'm just, if you have 5 commissioners doing exactly what you're doing, because again, that level of information, that level of understanding, I think all of us should have access to if one is going to have it. So I just want to know, one, how we do this in a way, because that was some of the pushback that I got from a couple of staff people. I'm like, I got yelled at by one staff person because we're not done here. And I'm like, well, what's the issue? Why is staff all worried about it? Because basically we want to get our job done. We don't want to get diverted from, the request from the commissioners. And when I have a goal, I've got to do this. And I heard that very bluntly back. And so I'd like to understand how we get this level of granular understanding and get an opportunity to talk with people who are on the front lines, but not interfere with what you need to do.
That's the question.
That's the
That's
question. That's actually why we're here.
But-
Literally why we're at this
If all 5 of you were going to say.
It's one of 2 pieces of what we're doing.
Yeah, no one would get anything done.
No, but I disagree. Here's the thing though, we've been here almost, I don't know, us have been here almost 2 years. You're a year. Chair, you've been here, 25 days or something, right? So, we had coffee with commissioners in the beginning, right? Whoever wanted to come in, they came. Well, you weren't here, I guess. So it was us. So there's so I had said to Alyssa, I want to get out of my house. just for my own mental purposes and everybody else's, you know? And I'm gonna start kind of going into the office, you know, heads up, things like that. And I said, can we, so we were kind of waiting for you to settle in, you know?
I would love to.
Yeah,
do
so
that.
I think
that's
Alyssa
great
is gonna
idea.
work
Yeah,
on commission, coffee with
I love
commissioners.
that.
Because when I first got here, it was something that I wanted to do, but I said, you know, I want to do it, but I want all my other
Yeah.
commissioners to also kind of do it, which, so we implemented that.
Mhm.
So I think there'll be a round of that
Yeah.
happening.
I
It'll be
think that's-
virtual,
I think that's an excellent idea, and I think it's critical.
but I think that to your point, you know, Susan, is that, there's a way to do it, it's just that, and I think Chair, you had said this, you've been saying this, there's a lack of trust and there's a lack of fear, and we've been working on this. This is not to no one's fault, it's just a culture that has developed. So
Mhm.
for me, it's just like, I think there's a way to do it. I think we have to be respectful, understand it, and for the staff meetings, I just want to be clear, I popped in for the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then I popped out,
Yeah.
you know, like, oh, hi, you're the legal team. Oh, you're the compliance team. How you doing? You know, and for me,
Yeah.
like I've worked I'm not just a commissioner. I'm also, you know, I have a career. There's people that may be interested in some of the work that I've done.
Yeah.
There's people that may be interested in like, how did you work at EOPS, or how did you work on this campaign? So for me, I don't take this work as just a commissioner.
Yeah.
It's also about developing our staff and figuring out what their needs are, what are they trying to do. There's talent here,
Mhm.
right? How do we know who's getting promoted, what's happening, the conversation? So for me, this is bigger than just being a commissioner at the commission.
Could I
So-
ask you, where would you draw the line, right? Because there's a tension here.
Yeah.
Right? So where would you draw lines? Because there's an awkwardness of the position, let's
Yeah.
just say that, right? Because it is a very isolated, at least the way it's been, the commissioner role is very isolated.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to talk to each other, you know.
Straight jacket.
Yeah, so where would you draw the line?
So
So that the staff aren't feeling like they have to say yes, that they're not dropping everything because they're shaking their boots because you've asked them for
Yeah.
something, where Sean still feels like he's in control of his
Yeah.
staff. How would you draw that
Yeah, so
line?
for me, just my
Yeah.
style, my work, but also my time at the commission.
Mhm.
So I kind of look at it different. There's a sort of like a work, there's a shooting the shit, and then there's like social. And those are kind of, to me, they're a little bit different, right? Like yesterday, the thing went on Biden. So I started sending people Biden emojis. I don't know if you guys got one, but I just, Biden on the phone, doing one of these, right? I sent you one.
I sent
You told me it was
yeah.
Biden.
I sent you
You
one
love
Biden.
Yeah.
No, don't even talk about that.
Don't dare.
But, I sent one to Bruce, I think, and whoever was on my immediate chat, right? Whoever was on my immediate, I just kind of started sending stuff, right? But it was a moment to celebrate. We're not here, we're not virtual. You can't walk around the hall and say, hey, did you see the news, right? You can't do that.
Right.
So you virtually walk around the halls, right? Of course, when you build those relationships, where I draw the line is that before I came into the office, I've been in the office probably twice, maybe 3 times this week already. So before I came into the office, I said, Sean, give you the heads up, I'm gonna start working from the office. I'm gonna meet community members for lunch outside, right? Or in our small office here. I haven't done it
You
yet.
do that here? Can't you do it in Worcester?
Well, not here, I've done it outside, to have lunch outside.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's a
outside,
whole different rub.
yeah,
On a big level.
outside. So I haven't had meetings in here. I've had meetings outside for lunch. So I just saw the conference room, so I just said it possibly. I didn't know that was a thing. I don't need to use it. So my line is, I've said, I'm gonna be in the office. I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna be reaching out to community members. I'm gonna meet with them for lunch, possibly staff
Well, with
and.
regard to staff, like
Yeah.
where?
So my line has been drawn where I don't speak to staff unless I'm talking to the bosses. So example,
But what about in this scenario that you're suggesting?
The
Because there's a
work thing.
distinction between having that social interaction, which is
Sure.
not work related,
Sure.
and then joining staff meetings. I feel like that's,
So my line has just been, I'm giving Sean the heads up that I'm gonna pop into a staff meeting. Do you have a problem with that? Can I reach out to Yao? Can I reach out to Christine? Can I reach out to Adriana, Alyssa? Sean has then gone back and said, hey, Commissioner Camargo is interested in joining your staff meeting. And then I've waited weeks or months, and then they'll say, hey, you can come into this meeting now. So that's been my line. Like, I don't just go around Sean. Have I gone around you yet? I feel like I have.
not yet.
Yeah, are you planting a flag?
No, but I mean, things happen, right? So my point is that's where my line has
So
been
the line
drawn.
is that you go through the department head.
I go through Sean first, and then I tell him and he'll give me feedback, and then I'm sure he talks to them,
But
and
would
then
it,
I go to the department heads.
but would it be comfortable to, again, I think we all agree, the culture needed to shift, or at least I felt the culture needed to shift. If you look at bullet number 3, are you okay if we ask questions or, and staff support is kind of maybe in the wrong place? Are you okay if we talk to a department? I mean, we already have check-ins with them. So you're allowing that already. I'm mindful that if I want to blow something up, I'm going to have a conversation with you first before I talk to Cedric or Yal about it.
Exactly.
So, and I would hope that if all of a sudden that grenade got thrown on their table, they'd be like, I'm not going to answer you until I go back to Sean and have that question. So we close the loop on the big issues.
Yeah.
So, even jiggering 3 to say staff support will be made via appropriate department heads. I don't know if we need to keep through the executive director if you feel.
I wonder if we can just say in coordination with the executive director, like,
Yeah.
I think that was meant as like a CC.
I was gonna say, I think you want, and because one thing I'm actually thinking through is based on Commissioner Margot's comments and kind of stems a little bit to yours as well, is there's one thing I don't want to set up is, so, and I think Sherry, you mentioned it too, as far as times 5, right? Like that's the
But I
challenge.
would love to do this as well. I mean, this is my
Come
style.
into the office on Tuesdays.
Can I tell you, I've been coming in, so, but, but
I walked in on her the other.
No, but I'm just saying, I just want to make sure that we're all being respectful and we're all getting the same access. And I would like to,
That's right.
I would like to be able to
Same
do this
access.
too, but Tuesdays may not be my day. Do you know what I mean?
Sure,
And
make it another day.
So we have to talk about that impact though on staff as well, and that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
But just to be, I want to be clear, because I just want to be clear, like, I haven't reached out to staff yet about, like, hey, come into the office, I'm here, like.
you did.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, I heard it.
No,
I heard it.
no.
Okay.
Community leaders, leadership, that's it.
I thought you
No.
literally emailed the entire
No,
staff.
absolutely not. I would not do that.
Oh, okay.
That's my line. I would not do that unless if I did, I would do it. I would go through Sean and say, hey, Sean, can I email staff and say I'm going to be in there on Tuesdays if they want to come in to the office and work from the office? I haven't done that yet.
So
So
isn't that going around department? So I guess I'm confused, if you can help me. So are we chain of command or not? So it's like, you're saying from the top down it's chain of command, but now with this policy, it's this way? I'm confused, like if we have a water cooler Wednesday, then it's this from the it's this way.
It's not a big, like, I think we're making it bigger than what it is because folks are like, it's not a thing. This is my own thing, right? I think any of us can do anything we want in the sense of like having a coffee with Commissioner Camargo. Hey, Sean, I want to have a coffee with Commissioner Camargo. Are you okay with it? Can you send it out? And by the way, can you tell everybody else that we're doing it, right? Like, we just need to
Who's having the coffee with you?
we did it before. It was everybody, every staff signed up to it. Alyssa set it up and whoever wanted to sign up, signed up, and we all had 1 hour. Bruce had 1 hour, I had 1 hour, Ava had 1 hour, and staff joined the teams, and we just talked about, hey, I'm here. It was virtual. So that's it. That's the only thing that we've done. So I just want to be
And that was
clear
more
because it's
introductory, that wasn't meant to be kind of a
correct.
recurring thing.
should
It
be.
was,
Correct.
Should be.
I think it should be.
it should be.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear, Kim, so that we're not saying that it's a policy or that I've created a policy. It is not a policy. This is my own personal style. I'm coming back into the office on Tuesdays. I'm gonna meet with community members. I haven't reached out to staff. Maybe I'll think about it to Sean, but I don't want to do that because I don't want to put people in predicaments. But my point is that that's just a tidbit of just me sort of like looking at from now to the end of the year, what do I want to do personally, right? Some of us are working on outside projects. Some of us are working on internal projects. That's just me personally. So it's not a policy. This is just, and I was hoping to share it with you all so that you all know that it's happening too. But where I draw the line is that I went through Sean and everybody on our leadership team to just say, just to let you know, this is my own sort of like strategic plan for the next 3 months. I want to just check in with people. I want to check in with our team, and I want to be in the office and be at more events and see people. That's it.
I think the thing is though, I can see, I'm assuming your perspective is take that and multiply it by 5.
That's right.
Because it does sound like a great idea.
Yeah.
But now it's like, how does that work when all 5 commissioners are kind of doing that same thing? I just want to make sure, for my own understanding, I'm sure for all of us, that we understand the impact of some of the, what this means for staff and what that engagement looks like in terms of, I think when I'm hearing department head, like those sort of meetings, like the staff meetings where they're doing their check-ins and going to their work. I don't know, maybe we could do it and coordinate it like every month one commissioner comes, but I just want to get an understanding from our executive director, sort of how do you see this functioning multiplied by 5?
And it's 2 ways too, I think, to be fair to you, and that's been my feedback to department heads, is if you're going to invite any commissioner into your staff meeting, you must invite any commissioner that asks as well. Like, that's equal treatment as well.
And Commissioner, I will say, like, I understand where you're coming from, because I feel like that's innocent enough, and it was your idea,
I think
it's
it's
a
a
great
good idea,
concept.
yeah.
I agree.
But then it gets more complicated because it's
Because we
not
all
just you,
feel like we wanna
it's
do it
everyone
now.
else. Yeah.
But here's the thing though.
And that's our problem too. That's a culture thing with
Yeah,
the way that.
but here's the thing, we
commissioners
should
operate.
all do it. We should all do it, right? So me sending a little text message, mind you guys, this was this week, right? Like, I feel like I started coming to the office last week, right? So this is my 2nd week in the office. But I think, and I haven't had time, in my head, I was like, I'm gonna put it together. I'm gonna send it to Sean, send it to HR and just say, hey, tell all the other commissioners, I'm gonna be starting to work from the office on Tuesdays. If you wanna come in on Wednesdays, or if Bruce wants to come in on Thursdays, we're here. That's just one part. The other part is that we've been waiting for you to settle, right? So like, I had already talked to Liz about coffee with the commissioners again. And the answer was, let's wait till the chairwoman gets here and it settles. So that, I had asked for that for you
Yeah.
and for us.
Oh, no,
So-
this is not a bad idea.
No, I know it's not. No,
I think it's a great
No,
idea.
I know
hope
it's
you're
not.
I don't want to be
No,
sounding critical in this,
no, I trust
But
me.
your style and my style are very similar.
Trust me,
you know?
the hard part here is that there's a lot going on at the commission. This is more of a HR operations, sort of a little bit of not back to office, but just re-engaging, right? So that's all it is. And we're talking about it today. So my thing is, I haven't gone too far into the line. All I've done is send a message to these folks, and I've come back into the office, and I haven't even reached out to our leadership team yet to say, when can I come to a staff meeting before the year's over? I haven't even done that yet. So this is a good time for us to think about it together and just say, one, we got to get coffees with commissioners back on the calendar, like that, those need to
How
happen before
frequently? Like how frequently?
Every quarter.
I would do a quarter.
every quarter. So
All
one,
5 every quarter?
We're not together. It'll be separate.
different hours.
Yeah,
It's different hours, right?
2 at a time.
So
I was just gonna
so
ask, 'cause with
that's
open
what I'm
meetings,
just,
like if
because-
she goes to the staff meeting and I'd like to go as well, if only 2
Two
of
of
us
us
are
can go at
on
the
there, we
same
can
time.
do
Did
that.
you do the coffees with commissioners as 2 or
no, we did it
individually?
individually because we were new, so we kind of had our own time,
And
but
do you like that? Do you like that model where it's one of you? And so like once a
We do it
week or
person
one coffee every other?
well, I mean, I don't,
What's
so,
the,
couple of things, sorry, Bruce. I don't want to get too far because I think this is a bigger topic, so I want to be respectful of Susan of your agenda. But I think that maybe I don't know, I think that this is something that as a commission, we should come together and sort of look at what is that so that it is not times 5 or that's not a burden, but I think we create a strategy amongst us and maybe talk about it with Sean in a public meeting or whatever, but I think we talk about what is an engagement policy.
right,
You
and
know,
so
so-
what's, so in the
But
charter,
could we,
yeah,
let's get language to put that, I think that's.
So,
Something
to
around
create an engagement.
yeah, just
I-
engagement.
I agree.
It's time to re-engage however that is, and we're
Engaged,
settled.
period, because we have not, that's the
Right.
issue.
Right.
It's like there has
Yeah.
been no real engagement.
Without crossing the lines, but be respectful and getting to know our team a little more, but also us being careful because they're, I don't want to say, I hate the word scared, but they're intimidated sometimes of meeting with us and what can they say to us, what can they not? And all I want to know is like, who plays soccer?
Right, I feel like the
Let's
type of
get some
engagement.
others.
Can I just say one thing though?
Yeah, I
It's
wanted
like,
to get, Bruce had it, Bruce was waiting, if you can just wait a minute, because I haven't heard from him.
Last time I did, we took a biology break.
Mm.
No, I'm just mindful of what we want this as a governance document to look like. And at the same time, when all of this process, and throw something on the table, as we wrap up the process, and Chair, to your point, staff is anxious to have this, so maybe it can help with some of the PTSD that they've incurred. I'm thinking that there almost needs to be something separate from this governance, but talks about not operational, but like culture-wise. And I saw her text. Go get her a coffee. There needs to be something about like just collective strategy, a collective approach. I don't think something that's necessarily baked into governance, because this is more how we need to operate. But what is it kind of, if we were to walk out to staff and say, here's our final governance structure, everybody's had input or feedback, but let us tell you what our approach is, because I think some of this is baked into engagement, it's baked into a little bit of COVID, a little bit of return to office, it's all of that. But
Building an organization,
it's
we're
kind of
primarily
yeah,
from COVID.
but it's kind of a mission statement of how we want to interact with you. Not on a professional, I need a question about a license, or help me answer this question, because part of that is onboarding, part of that is experience of staff, new commissioners who are trying to learn, and that's an interaction. But there's got to be something that we can point to that's not just how we function, but kind of a team message or a team approach that seems separate to me from governance.
So maybe we don't need to discuss it, because we're doing the governance document, and if that's another issue, I do, because
It's messaging almost. How do we message that we want to be a team?
You want to say that?
Yeah,
I lost it.
He said, how do we message it?
I
So
mean,
can I just,
I apologize, but I just want to, because I spoke with staff, and heard from them,
what is that?
there is a real tension here, because you want to engage with them and they want to do their job.
And they don't
some
want
of,
to engage with us?
some of your engagement sort of tips them off their game. And so I hear you saying, we want to engage with them. I want to meet with them. I want to be friendly with them. I want to socialize with them. But you also have to hear that, because once we put this out, they're going to say, am I going to be able to do my job? And, how many coffees do I have to go to? And I mean, I think they want to get to know, like, there's this awkwardness about the structure of the commission to the staff. And we're not there yet, because I hear a lot of desire to re-engage and engage with staff. And I also want to hear from you about how to protect them.
Okay,
Okay, go ahead, you go.
So on all honesty, I overcompensate the other way, out of respect to that tension and bandwidth, that I leave folks alone unless I absolutely need to check in with folks. It's because this is such a mystery in the culture that I overcompensate the other way, admittedly. And why does it have to come this way? Why can't we have a culture where we get invites from department heads? Why can't it be a fair and equitable process where we each get an invite from every department head, so we all feel engaged equally? And why can't it come that way? Why can't they, through you, engage us and invite us into their worlds?
But I think that taking some of
You do
Margot's
both.
thinking,
You do both.
that's why I almost think that including something in here about mindful engagement, or, you know what I mean, or regular engagement, between the commission, because I think and I don't know what it is. I have no idea what the language is, so but I think if we, and I don't know whether you think this would be, and Sean, maybe you're the best person to answer this, but do you think that making sure that the commission is engaging and getting to know sort of the frontline people and having those opportunities to listen if that's needed, how do we
Yeah, tell
do
us.
it? How do we do it, but respecting what is this tension?
Sean is the executive director. Thank you, Chair, that's good.
Thank you for- I was actually just thinking to myself, and I don't know how to say this in a.
Come on,
way
be
that's
honest,
not-
Sean, let it all out,
Let it
man,
out.
let it all out.
This is the time.
Don't be
for it.
diplomatic.
Well, I'm gonna try that. I
Take
don't
a deep
know.
breath, take a deep breath.
Be blunt.
Well, that's part of the problem. That is a colloquial reference.
Yes, it is.
I think what I've been listening to is the 5 commissioners with a staff member present saying how you want to engage with staff. I'm sitting right here. I can talk to you about that. And we're going back and forth. And one thing's actually just occurred to me that might be helpful from just a delivery of this, and this is the Commissioner Stebbins' point. I think one of the things we should consider is starting this entire charter with like a purpose statement. That is, we, as the Cannabis Control Commission, commissioners and staff, intend to foster a productive, like just a statement that says the reason we are doing this.
I like the
It's-
word respect in there.
I think it's engagement, I think it's collaboration, I think it's respect. And I think one of the things we have to acknowledge, we as a group, this includes me, and this is the blunt part that you may not love. You are a board of directors. You're 5 members of a board of directors that are full-time employees. That is bizarre.
It is very.
And so I think when the staff is saying, I just want to do my job, they're thinking, there's a member of the board in my office, in my virtual office, in my space, that's kind of looking to attend meetings with me and my team. They're on the board. And I think that there's an awkwardness to that.
Never
And
thought
my-
about it like that.
And my concern, frankly, is I want them to do their job, clearly, obviously, but I also have an obligation to each of you. And my concern is you don't treat any one member of the board differently than you treat every member of the board.
Yeah.
And that's the equitable part for me,
Yeah,
is it's frankly sometimes a battle where I know that commissioner reached out, but if any other commissioner reached out, would you have responded the same way?
Yeah.
And if you weren't, or if you wouldn't, then check your behavior. And then that becomes, I gotta be honest, I spend the majority of my time dealing with that. You are not getting, I think, what you deserve out of me, because I'm spending my time intervening, I'm spending my time playing that traffic cop role.
Is it favoritism? Is that what you're pretty much
I
saying?
don't know if it's quite favoritism or if it's just frankly like, it's kind of access and it's a kind of a shared interest, or it's a kind of a style too. Because I think to your point, you purposefully, not purposely, you've elected to avoid, I shouldn't say avoid, not the right word either.
To overcompensate.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
overcompensation, exactly.
out of
Yeah,
respect to
thank
that
you.
friction and bandwidth, that's what I've
And
done.
so, and also it's I didn't know I could do that. So a lack of awareness is also a potential reason why that wouldn't happen. But I think I try to capture it as with the board of directors of any corporate entity or would they have kind of that direct access to things?
Right.
I love the idea of engagement around culture. And I think I do it. I think how I want to spend my time, to be perfectly honest, is my leadership style, my preferred leadership style, the way I think I'm most successful, is just talking to people. And I describe it like proximity. I can take the temperature of a room quickly. I can read a room, hopefully quickly. I can't read a virtual room.
Right,
That's impossible for me. I can't read a virtual room when people are off camera.
right.
Like, so for me, I would rather poke my head into someone's office or cubicle and say, it's also a way for me, I'm not going to pick up the phone and call someone and say, hey, quickly, what's the update on this thing? I would only poke my head in their office and say, you got 2 seconds? And so we definitely run astray from that recently, or over the past 2 years at the very least. But the engagement part is, I think, where I prefer that's where my style shows up most prominently. And I realize that each commissioner, you are full-time employees. I need to respect and honor that. But it is awkward from a staff standpoint and the general question I get is like, who's my boss? Who do I work for? Because Sean, is it you? Is it the commissioners? Who do you work for, Sean? I'm not self-employed. I know that. I work for 5 commissioners. But I realize I'm kind of saying a lot and rambling a bit, but that's the part that, like, to be blunt, I think hopefully, I hope you appreciate that that's how staff is perceiving it as, there's a board of directors that sits above.
Yeah.
and I have one board member coming in and saying, tell me everything. That wouldn't happen in any sort of, certainly private sector. And I think most government agencies have a single commissioner, or even the commission itself is kind of volunteer, ex officio. And so the management of the agency here,
I think there's only 2 paid state boards, right?
It's gaming and us.
No, there's another one.
What alcohol?
well, even
No.
ABCC's paid.
Oh, they're entering.
Either way.
They're
Yeah,
treasurers.
they are, yeah. But I think either way, it's the,
We're an
Yeah.
independent commission.
we're an independent
Yeah.
commission. The other thing too is that, and I don't know how to kind of paint this picture any differently or any clearer. You are administrative judges. There's an awkwardness to that now.
That's
Yeah.
right.
The information that actually flows through some of these departments. We are prosecutors and you are judges. We shouldn't be talking because it's not fair to licensees. They're ultimately going to be defendants.
That's
You know,
right.
Sean, what you just said right now, like, I wish I would have had that spiel the first day I got here, right? Because the talk has been since we got, at least for me personally, it's like, oh, you're a commissioner, you can do whatever you want. That's the theme. You could do whatever you want. You could do whatever you want. I spoke to Kim about, look at Kim said,
What was you gonna say?
no, I spoke
Look
to,
me in on it.
no, not yet. I spoke to Kim about, like, you know, us not having sort of like a commissioner sort of like handbook for ourselves, or like creating that you're kind of working on some of that stuff. But like exactly what you just said, I've never heard you say it, like, we're a board of directors, right? Like that gave me a whole other taste in my mouth of like, shit, I'm doing too much then.
Yeah, that's where my mind is going.
I'm like 37.5 hours, I'm doing too much as a commissioner.
Yeah, you should tell us.
Internally and externally, I'm doing too much.
I don't mean,
I'm
I
joking,
don't mean.
I'm joking, but
But
like,
like too much in the mix, that's what it sounded
That's
like. too. Yeah.
exactly-
but you saying that is like a different picture, a different canvas, right?
We need to respect that.
And, but also, you know, I think also there's other stuff within staff where, you know, there is times where that there needs to be outlets or conversations, whether, you know, respectful, whether social, because at the end of the day, you and your team, Sean, have created a different state agency.
Hope so.
The most diverse agency, I think, in state government, right? And I say this all the time, as much as I give you shit all the time, but like, you guys have created and stood up an amazing agency, and in a very innovative industry. Like, stuff is different right now, and the world has changed. And I know COVID has put us in different places. We all have different leadership styles, which is why we're here. But I think there's still some of this stuff that we do have to, you know, think about. That may be a project for Alyssa and HR. How do we re-engage? I'm happy to pause. Y'all don't want me to come into the office, I won't come in, right? But like, I'm happy to pause in terms of like whatever, because I want to be respectful to the process. But I'm not, in the sense, going to pause from like having community conversations and with people, external conversations, right? Like, we can't. There's an inside game here.
We're
And that's not
we're
like-
public officials.
Yeah.
So this is what I just want to just be very
I'll
clear,
share.
and no, it's not, but it's,
You're on it.
it's,
like,
you're being very honest and you're giving some good feedback, but I'm just trying to figure out in terms of the function.
Yeah.
You are probably the best, you know, voice, you know, I mean, I haven't seen it, but going out and speaking to the community. And this is also, we haven't even gotten to that part, because I have some real questions about what we can and can't do, and also a little pushback for the staff, because I, you know, heard some stuff. But I just want to make sure that because I'm new, and so I'm like walking around, and I've been getting a lot of stiff arm,
Yeah, of course.
you know, from people. And so I'm trying to just, but mostly I'm trying to figure out
The process.
corporate governance,
Yeah.
how we
Yeah,
act like a board. Again, only because that's my background. I've been on boards. I've been on
That's
corporate
right.
boards, nonprofit boards,
that's
you
right.
know.
I'm
And so how do we make it work?
Welcome to the
better for you?
commission board.
But I think that, but then eventually we're gonna get to, because I do think that there's still some difficult questions that I'm not sure that even being ultimately a judge, that there is utilization of staff resources that necessarily has to. And if I could even just sort of piggybacking on, you know, Nuris, because Nuris, I'm coming into the office just because I'm sick of looking at it myself, you know, in my house. I mean, I've been coming here.
Yeah, me too.
I walk around, I literally got lost and, you know, didn't know where I was going, and, you know, I'm talking to myself, and then Alex pops out, so he's my best friend. But this is one of the things, so I was talking with Christine yesterday, and talking to her a little bit about, and obviously I've been dealing a lot with ethics and conflict of interest, And it was one of the things that, you know, I know Commissioner Camargo had an issue, and I was trying, I said, we need to do ethics, additional ethics training every year, because you just need to be put in context, and we have a different set of ethics. But she pushed back on me when I was saying, I don't understand the concern that Sean has about going out and doing this stuff in the community. And one of the things she said to me that kind of pricked my ears up is, well, you could be going, and she literally it was literally, what did they call it? AstroTurf, right? That you could be hearing from people and think that you're hearing from people with a legitimate interest, but it's really coming from high-paid, sources trying to impact you on policy. And so I was thinking, wait a minute. I go, first of all, this isn't staff's job to impact our thinking about policy. I can listen to a lobbyist. I can listen to some homeless person that is smoking, a blunt on the way into South Station. But we're also diverting staff, because when we do these visits, it feels like we have to always be staffed. And so I want to understand, I think if we profoundly understand our ethical responsibility as adjudicators, which you have prevented us from having to do in 5 years, right? They haven't had.
This commission's never had any.
Never had to. So how do we sort of understand, the conflict of interest law, right? Is it, I'm talking to someone who may come in front of me that could be perceived as a potential conflict. But then how do we as commissioners understand how to set policy? Because this is the two-pronged job we have. And so if we can't go out and talk to people who have an interest in the industry, either for something or against something, and I have a guy I know who's a former pharmacist who, really is very anti-cannabis and wants to talk to me about kids, and that's fine. But he's lobbying me, in essence. This is just a guy who cares about kids, so we need some guidance from you. We need some guidance from Christine, because we're gonna get lobbied on the policy stuff, whether we do it in person or not, I don't think makes a difference. So we just need to understand, profoundly understand what the conflict of interest law is, profoundly understand what our role is, and what that adjudicatory role is, because I don't know if I don't understand it. And I don't understand because otherwise I'm going to have to sit in the bubble. I shouldn't talk to anybody, because I might have to adjudicate something.
So
Sorry, I'm
I'm
sorry.
because these are further sections, and
Yeah,
my job is
I wanted to
try and.
add something that was in
Please.
terms
All
of
right,
staff.
I'm not gonna.
But this is a staff issue.
But what I'm saying, from my experience, it's been the opposite. I get a lot of outreach, emails, calls from external sources.
Me too.
And the main reason why I want to have so much engagement with the staff is because those are the people who are doing the day-to-day and enacting the policies that we're putting in place. So I feel like in order for me to be an effective commissioner, I need to understand the staff experience and what is happening throughout the commission itself. And so that's the thing right here where we're trying to figure out, how do I do my job?
Yes.
How do I do it effectively? And how do I get that staff interaction and understand what is happening from their level?
Or what should be the objective.
Right. But what I'm saying is, I
executive
get,
director
right,
with only one traffic cop.
with only one traffic cop.
Yeah.
But see, I'm getting the opposite, because outside people, they just come at us. They send us
do with
emails, they do
confidence,
everything.
No, but the only reason I brought
But
this
this
up
isn't.
here, Commissioner Concepcion, is that one of the things I heard, because I'm trying to do, there were a couple of, licensees that I wanted to talk to. And, the woman out in Springfield, and, I read about her, and, I was gonna make a trip out there and have, coffee with some staff out there. But then someone has to staff it. And so that's why I think that this issue is a staffing issue and comes under here, because A, we're trying to educate ourselves, B, we're trying not to create any personal conflicts or any adjudicatory conflicts, and we don't know how to do it without your guidance, input, and connection with the staff.
You'll also be surprised that some staff actually want to be in the field.
Wait, so are you saying that don't necessarily agree with having staff support during
No,
these
no, no, no,
conversations.
no.
Okay.
What I'm saying is it
Takes
has
time.
bounced back to me that sometimes when we make a decision to go and visit, I'm not saying they don't want to be there,
Yeah,
but it may not be like your day is Tuesday. Well, maybe he's busy that day, but you decided that that works in your schedule. So
Right.
now we're working around someone else's schedule and I'm still like sitting and, waiting. I want to, schedule these things and I don't, I'm
understand
sitting
that.
and waiting.
And that
on-
happens. That's
Yeah.
happening with me right
Right,
now.
with us, and I, in public meeting, I said, I'd like to visit personally every independent testing lab, and that gave you massive angst, right? So there's 10 labs, I've already gone 2, that means it's 8 visits, so 8 visits theoretically gave everybody, right?
So I can explain why though, and let me try
Saying.
to use an analogy. Again, you are judges. And when you go on a visit, you are going to someone that may end up before you. So I'm not saying everybody is going to end up before you. Like, that's as if saying, like, any judge can't go out to eat. Like, that's not going to be the case. But anyone that you license is at any given time can or might be a defendant.
Okay.
And so when you go and visit them, you are, and I think that's why this conducting administrative adjudicatory proceedings is really critical to review. You are fraternizing with someone who may end up before you. And you are creating, if nothing else, the potential for bias. I think one of the things I'm actually leaning into a little bit
Judges do site visits in the middle of trials on
during a trial.
occasion to
They
sort
they
of
don't conduct their own
understand.
investigations and they don't go before trial.
So, but can we determine what this, no, but can we
Sean,
understand what
finish.
fraternization is? Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm sorry.
You said when you go visit them.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I think, because I don't want to be too dramatic here either, where it's like everybody, like conducting a site visit may end up creating a case. One of the things I'm actually leading into what you said is, I think we have to trust and advise, like advise then trust, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Here's your obligations. If you choose to meet them or you choose not to, you're independent people of sound mind and good logic, and that's where the trust comes in, is like, here's your responsibilities.
But could you get into the definition of fraternization, okay?
Sure.
Because this ultimately comes into play with, I think, maybe I'm wrong, and this is also where we probably need to talk to Christine or whomever. But what, if we're not taking anything of value, we're not going out for drinks, we're not getting free weed, we're not, you know what I mean? This is what I want you to explain, because you say fraternization.
And I don't use it in ethics.
No, but I'm trying to figure out, because at what point in time would I compromise myself as an adjudicator if I am hearing and listening? Because it's giving, an appearance of, to me, this would be, I have visited all 10 labs. Now I have one of them that there is an adjudication in front of me. I visited there. I am going to file a form, and I think we're getting that today. I'm filing a form with the treasurer's office that says there could be an appearance
Mhm.
of a conflict here. And I am listing this here because I went to visit there. So that's what I want us to sort
Yeah.
of have that ethics training, because I think it allows us to do what we're doing if we can get to the nut of that.
So I'm not using fraternization in an
Okay,
ethics.
sorry, I'm
context.
sorry.
And
Okay,
so I think that's helpful distinction though, is I'm using it in an enforcement and
Yeah.
a administrative procedure
got it,
context,
I maybe.
which is, and this would be a very embarrassing circumstance for this agency, is commissioners are, and this came close to happening, and it's a matter of public record, so I will share it.
Please.
And it's in the materials that the commission ultimately voted on. There was a circumstance where we were investigating actively an ownership and control limitation violation. And during the course of that investigation, we sat in a conference room out in Worcester with a licensee, and in their own defense, they said, we met with a commissioner and they blessed this. And we said, commissioners don't bless things proactively. You're dealing with the commission, the agency right now in the context of this investigation. We can produce records. And what they shared were a series of emails where, will you come to our facility and visit? Yes. Will you meet us for drinks at the Four Seasons? Yes. That's fraternization.
So
And
that's a violation of the ethics law.
no,
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If they're taking something of value.
no, they met. I'm sure he paid his own tab. Will you come visit? But the context was, we didn't know about it. So that's one. We had no idea. But then secondly, it created an appearance to the public.
Mhm.
There was a relationship there. So how can you objectively sit and say, I have no bias here? And the bias actually in that instance was against us.
Right.
How can I, as a prosecutor, trust that there's not already influence there? Because the complaint, and so when anyone ends up in any of your inboxes and says, what's going on with my license? Why haven't I gotten it yet?
Mhm.
We do from a administrative, a 30A procedure standpoint,
Mhm.
every license application is an investigation.
Mhm.
We conduct a background investigation, we evaluate SOPs. Every inspection of PPLI is an investigation. Every change of ownership is an investigation. So we consider those materials to be both confidential as well as investigative. And so anytime there's an interaction between a licensee and a commissioner, any licensee on an annual basis is going to be before you for consideration. And so if there's any hint, and I again, I don't intend to be biased or not biased, dramatic here, any hint whatsoever of influence, access, those things create a perception of either fraternization or bias. And the embarrassing part would be if the staff, when we go to prosecute a matter, have to say, Commissioner, we hereby seeking your recusal from this. And then the worst would be commissioners, plural,
Right.
we're seeking your multiple recusals.
Right.
There's also a risk at this point, if everybody's visiting every licensee, I need 3 of you to recuse yourself.
Who's responsible for advising us on that?
I would argue Christine.
Yeah.
Um,
But this was
And-
why I was talking about the conflict of interest law with Christine.
But Christine is the person who would say that I would advise you to recuse yourself. She would.
In that instance, myself and I would actually seek your recusal as the prosecutors. Christine would advise you whether or not you, so that's actually, I was thinking about, I don't want to draw on the whiteboard, but,
Why not? We're paying for it.
so,
Use it.
but it also, I want to be able to demonstrate intentionality on why and how I built this.
No,
in.
no, and I really, we need to
So-
get to the nub of this. This is really.
So if I'm here,
Mhm.
I apologize for my penmanship. Let's say this is Yao and his team. There's a firewall and a check here, and a firewall and a check here. And let's say this is known in her team. And then here is going to be the commission. She conducts the investigation and sends it to Yao. So she'll conduct the investigation. Her team will conduct the investigation. Sitting right here is Rebecca Lopez. She advises here and here. I remember actually.
I'm going to show you how to do it because it's a thing.
We're doing our class. Yeah, I apologize for the penmanship. So this is, we're getting into the risk of bias and the potential for seeking recusal in an administrative process standpoint. So all of this is kind of governed by Chapter 38. I should also note all of this is reviewable by a Superior Court judge. So any matter you decide here goes up to Superior Court, not Sean Collins.
You're kind of like the Superior Court in this case.
Yeah, so
But not automatically. That's only if they're.
If they
if
appeal.
appeal.
If they appeal.
And we can appeal and they can appeal. Kind of, I don't know why we would if you guys decide in our favor, but. And I get to go
With a visual person.
in both directions. So I guess, so this is me, this is Yao, this is Noam, this is Rebecca Lopez, and this is the commission. So Noam will conduct an investigation. If there's any findings that she think would warrant a commission action, so summary suspension, order to show cause for license suspension, revocation, et cetera, even the fine process. So the fine process that you get kind of follows a similar approach. Rebecca Lopez advises on interpretation to Noam's team and advises Yao as well. If Yao agrees, so Yao is one check in this process, which is why, for instance, if I went to him and said, today, if you were to call me and say, what's going on with this investigation, I call Yao, he may tell me, not with me yet. They're still fact finding. So I don't want to create bias here or here. So each phase has a potential for bias. So if they send something to Yao and say, I believe this should be an enforcement action, Yao will review it under the advice of Rebecca Lopez as enforcement counsel and say, I think this warrants commission action. Sitting here, much like Rebecca Lopez, is Christine and her team, advising commissioners and advising me, which is why I can go both ways. So Yao can come to me and say, I think this should go to the commission. I can go back and say, no, try again. And think of it like a criminal case in the sense of elements of a crime. Have we proven it or not?
Mhm.
Because, and I don't want to compare, this does show the intent. The ABCC functions like that. None of these steps exist.
But this is only in the case of an enforcement action. If we're talking about bias or the need for recusal on a license, how does that then operate? Like, who is advising the commissioners aside? I know, of course, we take our own individual
Yeah.
responsibility as well.
Think of it similarly as, well, we may not know your own personal, so I don't want to merge or blur too much the conflict of interest combined with 30A.
Okay.
But conflict of interest would start here. The commissioners. If you believe that you have a conflict, you can identify it to Christine. You can also go directly to ethics and kind of choose. And then from here, we'll go to your appointing authority as well. As kind of a,
What do you mean to your point? What part goes to your
if
point?
you feel like you don't have to recuse yourself, but you should issue a disclosure,
Okay.
you make that disclosure to your
Yeah,
appointing.
the way you get rid of the appearance of the conflict is you file.
It's a report. Yeah. And then you might also disclose to the public of, there might be an appearance here, I believe I can act objectively, and therefore I can vote. So in enforcement action though, Yao may make a recommendation to me. I have the ability to consult with Yao. I also have the ability to cut through. So Yao can't go to Christine and say, have we proven the elements of this case or not? The reason though, is because intentionally, I want to preserve Christine to advise you. If Christine is in this mix, she cannot advise you. So the reason we actually built this firewall is very intentional. And the reason that the likes of Andrew Carter and the entire enforcement council staff exists is to allow for Christine to advise you on things like 30A. So if I agree with Yao and say, you know what, this needs to go to the commission, now both she and I get to advise you. So I kind of get to go, my role is to kind of serve as a traffic cop. I get to go between all of these lines, which is why though, awkwardly, I may say to you, I can't really talk about this because I don't want to bias you in our favor. And I think we have to acknowledge too, there is a degree already because you are full-time paid employees that work next to us. We already have an advantage. Structurally, we have an advantage as the prosecutor because you work alongside us. We're colleagues. So the scale is going to tip in favor of us. We need to compensate for that in a way by just acting with these firewalls.
So Christine doesn't receive information until it reaches us as well. The information that we receive from Yao when it's ready past that point, that's when Christine also is notified of the investigation and.
I would, so if Yao were to send me, let's call it an order. Sorry, this is really like beautiful mind nonsense. In order to show cause, that's like the charging document, basically. If Yao would send this to me as a draft, I can go right to Christine at that point and say, I don't know, I don't think there's enough there. She can review it and say, I kind of wish it hit these other two notes. I can send it backwards. I can consult Christine as my counsel as well. But by preserving her, she can also advise you, if you were to make a determination to say, order to show cause, revoke the license, she would be able to write your opinion and issue the opinion.
I'm not trying to pile on, so don't take this personally. Can you explain to us where the breakdown happened with True Leaf, with public health, public safety, but like when in that pipeline should we have been notified and to learn from it, so we all learn from it moving forward, so it doesn't happen again when we read about it.
We who can, just so you're clear.
I read about it in the paper.
Right, you're saying we, as commissioners, didn't know about it until it came out of the.
So,
To be
it
perfectly honest,
is an investigation still,
So,
so
yeah,
that's
to
what
be
I want
honest.
to, not piling on, I'm just curious.
Not yet.
But I think it's in motion. No, but it is in motion. So right now, it's under our chief of investigations and enforcement. So it's in development. It's happening now, but it's not at the commissioner level yet.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So her question to me was, when should commissioners have been notified?
Yeah, but your questions is more of a communications
Yeah.
question. It's like, we should have known in January that this happened.
Like where in the timeline, as opposed to reading about it in the newspaper, when should we have been notified? Just to learn from this
Again,
example, I just want to
in a
learn from it.
30A compliant way, not yet, at all.
Because it's not ready. It's not past
So
that
the
stage.
story broke, someone got wind of it, that's what
Yeah.
happened.
And
And she died.
the communication aspect is in between these lines in a, again, in a compliant way, not at all.
In a compliant way.
I understand what you're saying, because
That's the
that's how
challenge.
you bias that.
Because if I went to you and said, this happened, here's what we know, I've broken this line, and this line.
But when we're talking public safety, public health, public welfare of a serious nature,
That's what this is, in order to show cause. You're right. We investigate it first, though.
But in real time, it was being investigated. I mean, I hear what you're saying.
and I hear what you're saying.
But I mean, in real time, how, when you have something,
That case is here right now.
Where is it?
but how do we know that the other employees there are being protected?
Nothing's come to you. I don't know how
No,
else to
but I mean,
describe it.
how do you?
No emergency action's been taken. So I think our regulations speak to an emergency authority that I have. There's also, the other thing to think about is, I don't want to, this is confusing matters more, so I apologize. You also have the ability of a hearing officer right here, kind of in between things, is a check on me, not on you. So if I were to take an emergency action, that entity, so
An emergency administrative action
summary
doesn't,
suspension.
either whatever, that it can't happen fast enough for the commission to do that.
I could issue it today.
So you do that, then the hearing officer would essentially replace you in those silos.
The entity would appeal my decision and say, we do not believe the summary suspension should
Okay.
occur. And then you get the hearing officer's decision. So what you get ultimately is a package that says, here is the executive director's action, here's the hearing officer's decision, what say the commission, as the ultimate authority.
But this is also, again, this particular case is also complicated by the fact that this is OSHA.
Exactly.
And that we manage to OSHA standards, but OSHA is gonna be driving a lot of
Leaving
this.
driving the bus on
And
this.
they, I mean, I don't know if they've taken,
Yeah.
do we know? I mean, is
There's
that-
fines, there's like $30,000.
No, but have they
in fines.
taken any immediate, because obviously there's overlapping and we worry about our reputation, but so obviously, and again, this could be just the heightened sensitivity to one person. It may or may not be something that's a problem with this licensing.
This is where, from an administrative judge standpoint, and I want to divorce the political public official nature of your role with the administrative, the strict 38 process. And frankly, our process, if ever before a superior court, would be scrutinized heavily. For the reason being, we are a brand new agency who's never deployed it in a formal way. So how we build it and how we adhere to it really matters.
So if I could, again, having gone through this painfully myself in the past couple of weeks, this is also something where there has to be an immediate response from our communications team to help us craft a response when something like that happens. It can't wait till the next day. It can't, you know what I mean? There can't be
So
five.
could I just say
no,
something? No, but I'm starting to feel uncomfortable as the mediator.
Mhm.
Like, here's the problem for me
Right.
right now. I'm here as a mediator
Mhm.
and you're in executive session because it's a mediation. But you're using the time to do all kinds of other things. And it's starting to make me feel uncomfortable that I'm just kind of sitting here allowing you all to be together. And I need
can I-
some guidance
But can
on
I ask
that.
a question?
Yeah.
Are we not figuring out how to mediate? Because this is also part of the structural corporate governance.
But you're
These-
asking about a specific, it's,
Okay,
I just
okay.
think that
Okay,
you're,
so
that-
remove that. So
Okay, sorry.
basically, Commissioner
But it does tie
It does-
back into
yeah, I just
some of the
need some
proceedings
guidance
responsibilities,
about, like,
so I
we
get that.
go really far off and you're potentially making decisions about other unrelated issues. So I just, I'm getting a little.
Yeah, so I just
Yeah.
so I understand,
Yeah.
basically, to keep the integrity of this, the commissioners are the last to know. So we are not prejudiced. That just,
Yeah, I'll also say, I've, back to you, Susan, 'cause I think we need to make sure that you're comfortable because we're only here because of you.
yeah.
So I want to just take a pause. I don't know if people will take it for a minute, but I've asked for a 30A refresher recently.
Oh, okay.
So I think,
Yeah,
maybe I can just email Alyssa or Sean or somebody, just say, everybody needs a 30A refresher.
yeah.
Sean, we've never seen this like this. Obviously, this is the
Yeah.
problem. We don't get to do this kind of stuff, but we can't use you to do our other stuff, so.
That's right.
To stick to the commissioner staff engagement
Right.
as
That's
far
right.
as the topic here. Hopefully, as you need to navigate these lines
Right.
as far as access to both staff and information, because I think in this instance, we need to respect that staff are in fact information. They are information.
They are.
And so when there's a desire to go from here to here, you're skipping 2 steps that are in fact both firewall and checks on that
Okay.
process. So any investigator, even to the degree that enforcement counsel, we need to preserve their independence and their ability to objectively evaluate the facts. And so that I can make recommendations to you that don't have your influence or your bias incorporated into them. And what that protects is ultimately the licensee that needs to be, frankly, again,
That's right.
protected.
So when we look at number 6, based on all this, does 6 contain everything that kind of protects us through the process or helps us understand the role through the process? And then I would suggest we take 9 and move 9 up and kind of fold it into 6 somewhere.
Can you take a break?
Yeah. What I might do with 9 is just say we'll operate in accordance with, and then that assumes that. Yeah, let's take a break. And then let's see what time we get back together. We have until 3, and I think like everything about this situation is where there's a sweet spot and there's a tension in
That's
which
right.
way we go.
That's
And so
right.
I understand that. So I don't know that we found the sweet spot on how far we can deviate.
No, but I think we've learned so much here that helps us thinking
All right.
about how we approach this.
Okay.
And I'm just telling you that
All
if
right.
this is where we
Yeah.
continue, if we
Yeah.
don't have this common basis of understanding.
I think
we're
this
gonna
was
keep
really
making
helpful. I
mistakes.
think when you
It
started
is
talking about a
visually.
specific case, I
Yes,
started to get
it's-
nervous.
I'm just saying,
Especially when Sean's saying you shouldn't even know about it now.
It's
and-
in the,
and
no, 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 no,
it's
no.
public
it's in the paper.
information.
It was in the
It's
paper.
public- we haven't said anything.
No, but I
that's
understand
not-
where Susan is coming from
Yeah.
also.
Yeah.
Like, I
Yeah.
completely understand, like, we have to think about this high level and not get into the granular specific cases and instances that we're dealing with right now.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Susan,
that
is it okay?
brings us
Let's take a
to
break.
6.
Let's get some lunch
Mhm.
and then,
Yeah. Are we still doing a working lunch or can we take 30 minutes to?
take 30.
We need 30 minutes.
think
I don't think we need a working lunch,
Yeah.
just my opinion.
But
We
but
need to
really,
clear
if we
a lot
can
of
be,
issues.
if we can be here in 30 minutes.
1:30.
Not like 45.
1:30.
Okay.
1:30.
So, I had a thought about this section, and here's what I am gonna propose to all of you. Is that when you are, in the next week or so, when you're making a request or have a need for information or for staff support, that you also email that to me, and then I'll collect them and anonymously put them together so we can see what the requests actually look like. Because what Sean showed us was like the worst case scenario, got to keep to these firewalls. And are there other kinds of information requests, like how do these regulations actually get implemented? So we may be able to make some distinctions about that. So if you're willing to do that, then I'll collect those. I'll have them for the next meeting and we'll be able to have a bit of a more refined conversation about
Okay.
that. Okay? And then I'm going to move us to work groups and open up the conversation for this. So if you take a minute to look at it, again, this is the structural mechanism for commissioners to work with commission staff through the work group model. And this is an attempt to reflect what is, because it sounds like that was working well.
Sean, we still don't have a real grasp on working with that. I don't.
Two,
We do?
yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Is that the amount?
Basically, it's volume and I can give some variety on topics too.
And this is completely virgin territory to me, so any background and explanation.
Okay, so maybe Sean, maybe you can just walk through the
Yeah.
process, and I think it was, with the CFO that came up with this idea?
Our COO.
COO.
So the idea was to kind of put we had a lot of just work going on as far as groups that were meeting in pursuit of some project. So let's say we were gonna, actually it stems from ultimately the last round of regulations. That was where the concept originated. So it was really a combination of our legal staff with operations to just support. At that point, it was each commissioner themselves oversaw a working group. The entirety of the regulations were kind of divvied out to a specific working group. The central purpose is basically to clarify who's in, who's out. What is your timeline? What resources are devoted? What is the scope? So what is in and what is out? And we adopted it from a project standpoint, from a structure standpoint, moving forward in a durable way, as the feedback from commissioners was generally positive. I knew who I could work with. I could call that group together. Each commissioner in their management of it functioned differently. Some were assigning out tasks. Can you tackle this? You tackle that, you tackle this. And then we'll reconvene and talk about it. Others were saying in a more democratic way, what do we think about it? Let's all go to a vote. So everybody had their own unique style brought to them. Since then, we've just adopted it as a way to focus our work. And so commissioners may be on a working group, they may not be on a working group. And I'm just opening up a Word doc here that's kind of tackled some of it. We use it most commonly at this point for procurements of what are we procuring, who's making decisions, who's the sponsor, who's the lead, what is our budget. And budget significance ultimately is if we know ahead of time that it's going to be a specific amount, it's helpful to know what the authorization is going to look like, because there are, based on policy and delegated authority, I execute some contracts under a certain threshold. Above a certain threshold, it has to go to the commission.
And what is the threshold?
We tied it to, it seems like the World Trade Organization. It's like I just don't quote me on it, because it's a very precise number for some reason, but it's above 150,000, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
If the procurement has the potential to be above, I've got to seek commission approval to initiate it. Some of the things that are pending right now, so these are kind of examples. A telephone contract, which we're working on. An expert review panel for research is a good example. Background due diligence and associated services. So let's think of creative services, our background check vendor. And these are all procurements. Workforce planning is a specific project for investigations and enforcement to make sure we are scaling appropriately with the industry. Financial investigations, we have a current contract there that just is expiring. That's with Citron Cooperman. So there's a change of ownership, a complex matter. We can put it out to them. I'm seeing here at this point, just for volume, about 19 different working groups that are established or being established. So I can share this too. I'll make sure this gets circulated to everybody.
You know how many commissioners are on any of those functions?
I'd have to look at each one individually. You may have a perspective, for instance.
Yeah, like we kind of know, right? Like
You know which ones you're
Yeah, I'm not
on
any.
or not. And some are actually in the process of being developed.
Is there a way to sort of centralize this so I can sort of see who's working on what?
So one of the things out of this project, just the first step was to what's out there. The next step for me is going to be to put all of this on the intranet. That way everybody knows what's the universe. The other thing I want to do is, in auditing what's out there, is also audit what's lagging or lingering. Is there a reaction?
No, I'm just.
This always makes fun of me. He's a bully.
So auditing what's out there, what's lingering, and therefore needs to be eliminated, or like Does this just need to be sunset and we're done with this one? For instance, like, we have a newsletter working group. That's an internal newsletter that staff have comprised. That's kind of evergreen. Our suitability review committee they exist through charter. I appoint members to advise me and ultimately advising you on suitability matters. Hardship cultivation is one that it's been a process and there's probably a lot more work to be done. Commissioner Concepcion on the suitability guidance awareness, like that's one where do we go from there? So I want to make sure we don't just post it and it lives there we do it one time. It needs to be kind of alive. So I said we've tracked down 19. The reason I don't doubt the number, what I've also uncovered in that audit or that review is that there's these informal working groups that don't have the proper structure. And so it might just be a gathering of staff that are thinking about an idea. And we need to be disciplined, myself, and I would argue commissioners as well, that we don't have these informal working groups, that we actually do put the structure to them. Especially if our staff are going to be spending time on them, or there's risk that we end up spending money on it. Because what it does, the working group actually helps us, I hope, in putting structure to our spending.
Can you give us an example of an informal?
At this point, one that is informal that I'm putting into a formal process is advertising. Because I'm aware of these two commissioners that want to lead on an effort. And our staff have been convening their thoughts. We need to put that into a structure that allows for commissioner participation. And that has been a recent development or a discovery on my part that needs to be put into the right box.
We have a formal process. In other words, about like you first say yes, then it goes to Alyssa for she helped me draft a charter. So is that the right process? I don't know what the process is.
So can we take a look at this? Because that's what I tried to do, is to lay out a process. So a commissioner or commission staff member may prepare and submit a draft charter to the executive director to address an identified commission problem or to work toward an executive director goal. That's what we said. And then in accordance with the policy, the draft charter needs to include the goals, the scope, the timeline and budget, staffing requirements, and roles and responsibilities. And then the roles that are outlined in that charter policy are the sponsor, the project lead, and the project team. And we talked about the draft charter can propose specific team members or it can identify staffing needs. So if you propose something, you don't know who should work on it, you can just say this is what I need, or you can say this is who. And then a project charter is approved by the executive director, and then the charters are posted to the intranet.
Who do we see for the project charter? Is it Alyssa?
As far as like a empty template?
Or
like
help drafting, if we need help drafting, or both, empty template and drafting.
Yeah, so the template is on our intranet, it's an empty template. So everybody therefore has access to it. I think it's under the administration bucket, or might be finance administration is the tab, but it exists there as a template. I would say as far as help drafting, it's really going to be dependent on the project. So where does it fall departmental wise?
Okay.
As a primary, I should say.
And in terms of drafting this, does this have to come under, I mean, in terms of making sure that we're not taking you or your staff off of what your goals are? How does that?
I think that's where I would, organic, I think that's where the approval process comes in. Is if there's a proposal to say, I need a half dozen staff for 2 years to work on something.
Horse cannabis.
Yeah, exactly. So I need a half dozen staff to work on horse cannabis. Knowing that that's going to get executed by me, and that's devoting a half dozen staff to a project. That's where I think would finesse what is your timeline, what are your operational needs, what are your budgetary needs, and is this a priority? And that's why I would want, if it's originated by a commissioner, I owe you that conversation, probably that push and pull.
Mhm.
But I owe you honesty as well, as far as we really can't devote that time and energy to this. And it might be though that, let's find an alternative, right? Like can you go alone for a little bit? Or do you need an intern? Can we get an intern to help with? Like, so
Yeah.
again, it's never in my best interest to say no. It's never in
Do
anyone.
you get interns?
We haven't, but that's one of the things I actually wanted to, I don't want to go backwards in this process, but we are building out
Right,
HR.
I agree, I was twitching, please don't.
No, but I guess what I want to comment is like interns as well as engagement, we're building out HR right now. And we're building out, what we're building out is capacity and bandwidth. And I'm hoping therefore that's going to allow us to get more strategy and vision as an HR function. Because right now, to be perfectly honest, your chief people officer has served as a HR generalist for the better part of 2 years. She can now step into, with the additional resources that have arrived, can I think step into a more strategic role. That includes the introduction of interns, that includes the expansion of engagement at a staff level. So those are things that are ongoing priorities of mine. So my answer is, I think we need resources. So. on
And then
this-
relative to this, that if a commissioner proposes a project, a chartered project, you may, if it's not something that you want to approve because of the resources involved, you may offer some other choices.
I
Let's
just
get
have a question how this applies to regulatory drafting, which we're all going to be entering and rolling up our sleeves, and you have our lists. So, and they're going to be, once you decide on the final list,
We decide, yeah.
we.
Yeah.
Who determines how those working groups, like the commissioners start the working group, or is it you?
Different though?
That's what I'm asking. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it different?
Yeah,
The purpose of this.
I'd say it falls into this process. We can take the regulatory process and apply this process to it. However, because I think what I want to make sure we do when we embark on that process is the regulatory process kind of lends itself to following this relatively well, which is who is on this group. And from a topic identification standpoint, not everything is going to require one of these.
Okay.
There are some things that are just, for lack of a better term, technical or ministerial. We can just write them up. You ultimately decide, but the big topics, so think HCA's, suitability, social consumption, those things are going to need just meat on those bones.
Yeah.
You're going to need, as a commissioner, and one thing we did in the last round, which I don't know if we have to do at this round, and kind of sticking to the structural mechanism, there was one commissioner per working group. My inclination at this point is to pair commissioners up to the extent that there's a willingness and an ability. That's 2 resources of this agency on a working group already. What other staff do you need at your disposal to wrestle with that topic? So that's why I think I'd like to put it in the work group model. I think it works. And then also allows us to set a scope as far as timeline. One of the things I found is the real value and utility is what's inbounds, what's outbounds. There have been projects that have started with, I'm going to change regulations. And then it's evolved into, or I'm going to write a guidance document. It's evolved into, I'm going to change regulations. And that intervention periodically to say, we're creeping outside bounds here. We didn't go down this path originally. We went down a guidance path. So it's helpful to kind of just keep us on the target.
I think also what I'm not seeing here and just in this section is like internal versus external. And I know we talked about that a little bit, kind of us realizing that there are external working groups and there are internal working groups. So I don't know if we're going to talk about that.
External, do you mean external to the commission?
Mm-hmm.
Right, and I think that came up. So this is really for joint commissioner, commission staff.
Oh, sorry, I see.
Work groups, that's okay.
All right.
And we have external communications further
Not
down
oh,
into in the text.
One
Not in the
thing,
section.
No, go ahead, because
I was just saying, that's one thing that I'm missing, that I think is missing here is, if there are any amendments to the purpose or, the purpose of that working group. So it just isn't spelled out here anywhere. Like, what does that process look like? Because I know that things have a habit of evolving. How do you address that here?
So what is the process?
It's actually, that's a great question. So most common one that I see is the membership. Someone new comes on board, we hire a new member of staff, they want to expand the group, or they want to cycle someone off because of, I need to pull them here. And so membership is probably the most common. It's essentially a re-execution process. I would get essentially like a track change version that says, I'd like to swap this person, that person. And it's approved in two ways. One is basically a cover memo that is executed, says this has my approval, and then I sign it again and I date it as far as when I made that change.
So I don't have clarity on who determines, let's say staff decides they want a working group, doesn't come from a commissioner. Who determines which commissioner, if it's appropriate to have a commissioner, who determines which commissioner gets selected for the working group? Like, where's the transparency around that? And where's the transparency on, like, which working groups exist and how do we apply to be on them? Or how do we, like, there's no transparency around that right now. It operates in silos, I feel like.
Let's take each question at a time. So the
Okay.
first one, if there's a staff initiated,
Who picks the commissioner,
Charter.
which gets on it?
Yeah, to be honest, there's going to be scenarios where I guess I mean this politely, that it doesn't need a commissioner on it.
No, I
Not
agree.
every
I said that.
topic
Yep.
requires a
Yep.
commissioner. So I guess I try to use my best judgment in that scenario to think, I've had a conversation with this commissioner about any number
So
of
you
topics.
pick it, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
I would find myself kind of serving as that.
Okay.
This one does need a commissioner, this one doesn't. But I would say that.
So we should put it, executive director determines. Because right now, there's really no language around that.
and then the second question
Was,
if someone has
transparency
interest-
around working groups, so there,
if a commissioner has interest in being on a work group, how does the
like,
commissioner?
you don't know what you don't know, so if you don't know they exist, how can
Right,
you
so
express
we have
interest in
something
them?
that the charters are posted to the internet, but when one is forming, how do the commissioners know that there's an opportunity for a commissioner to be on it, and they may want to express interest in it?
I have a clarifying question to add to Roy's. Yeah, Commissioner, are you kind of saying like the working groups that are developing by themselves around, that staff are developing versus the ones that Sean at a high level develops?
Like the secret shopper one, who developed that one?
Actually, I did.
And how did you determine which commissioner to pick? And you know what I'm saying? I know you're glad you're on it, but like, I just use that as an example, like, so you developed it and so then you think about each commissioner, who's a good fit.
Yeah, I mean, that one, I would say, so continuing to use that one as an example, that one's been iterative in a lot of ways. So
Okay.
it's been working, that's actually a good example of one that started informally. And there was a group of staff that were working and thinking it through. And my realization was this needs some structure. Because this is starting to cross departments as well. This is not just an enforcement thing, this requires operations. And then Commissioner Concepcion expressed an interest just in questions around secret shopper. At that point, it was actually a working group, just participate on it. And then the conversation evolved into sponsor versus lead. What does that mean? And really the rub for me historically on that was, we're in the implementation phase of that. That's not a regulatory matter any longer. But also, I think one, out of deference and respecting her leadership interest in that, we're now co-sponsors of it. But she's participating in it in a meaningful way.
Yeah.
But that's, I think, how, one thing I'd like to avoid, so just I'd throw it out there, is if some of this spills into a public discussion, you're going to have a lot of public interest in serving on a work. We're going to conflate it to be something that it's not. It's really a way we organize our staff to get a project done. So again, it most commonly gets used for procurement. But we did spill one into the public that ended up exploding around microbial testing. And I said, we have a petition to change the microbial standards. The update for you is that at this point, we're not inclined to make any changes to our testing standards. We'd like to convene a working group to work through this. And I'm pretty sure everybody's inbox get flooded with, sign me up, I'm in. And we had to, like, that became something that I didn't intend for it to become. I really just wanted for us to consult with experts, but our staff to do it. And we ended up pulling in outdoor farmers, we ended up pulling in lab specialists. But that's the risk we have so I guess I don't know how to, I don't want to seem selfish about it, but I do think deferring to some discretion of how we get, like, does it seem to be quick and dirty in a way? Just, let's just get it done? Or is this kind of a thought provoking exercise around, so like, I think advertising is a really good example. I'm frustrated that is, let's get our thoughts together and then form a working group, when in reality, the directive was form a working group. So
Let's say a little bit about what it sounds like the work groups are. Number one, it's a way for you to internally manage your resources of staff and budget. The second thing is it's a way for commissioners to say, here's something I want to work on and access staff resources. And the way to do it is to try to charter a work group. So I think those are the two main purposes for these.
So did I know I asked earlier about the external, and Commissioner Roy is the one that sort of, you opened it up to us. I didn't know that we were allowed to do external groups. I know you guys, I think you and Bruce have a great external group that is kind of like not really talked about a little bit, and, you know, but.
What is it? What's the group? Could I really just ask you to hold off on that, because I really want to focus on the internal work.
Okay, but I guess my question was gonna be where,
So there's a place
Down the
where
line is
we
it?
have external communications, and maybe we can,
Does it
there's
fall into
external
that?
communications is 10, but we can expand on that. So you are jumping on the work group aspect, and I'm just gonna ask you for the purpose of focusing our conversation, if we can just get to that
okay,
as an external piece.
yes, but if I
A
may,
little bit later,
if I may, I don't understand. That's why I kind of, I'm using the example, and you guys don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, but I think that the example is very similar to Commissioner Roy's question around transparency and like, how do you form them? How do you kind of get on them? How do you do it? And so I'm curious about in external communications, I guess I'm going to read this quietly to myself, number 10. But I think that the external groups have a lot to also do with internal working groups in terms of how it functions and how it is and the permission for us to be able to do it.
Well, let's find out about that. Sean, are the external work groups related to the internal work groups, or are these two different things that we should separate out?
I think they're two different things in so much as, I think the one specific doesn't have an approved charter to it. There's no staff resources devoted to it.
Okay.
I would argue if there's a devoted staff resource to it, it needs to follow this prescribed,
Got it.
executed charter. And at this point, the specific one I think you're referencing doesn't have that.
Who's on that person? Mine?
I think, yeah,
I have a charter.
I've not signed any charter for it.
I did it with Alyssa. Way back, like a year ago.
There's no executed charter for it. There's no staff resources devoted to it.
Kate sits in on it. That's the.
There's,
You see, that's a perfect
All right, I'm
example.
gonna leave this for you two to work out offline, because that's not what we need to do right now. And that's, I'm gonna just try and keep us more focused. So is there anything else on the internal work groups? Or can we move to the legislative and executive branch
A
outreach?
couple of just wordsmithing our edits. Number one, I don't think it should necessarily just be organized to address an identified commission problem. Rather change problem to issue or topic.
Yeah.
We want to portray ourselves as being a little more proactive if we have to.
Got it.
And then under number 5, to the language, the ED that Sean shared, if a charter is not approved, ED will work with charter sponsor to consider alternatives to a work group.
Is that kind of what we're just talking about right now? Bruce?
Right, but it's building it into the charter itself. I mean, Sean expressed a willingness to do that, or that's been his approach. I'd rather ingrain that someplace.
I guess that's what I was asking and saying.
Yeah, you're saying if there's any staff resources or either internal or external, it needs to go through this process.
I'm just saying in general, I feel like I'm saying, and Bruce, you're saying it now, I guess it comes out differently or it's heard differently, but it's like, that's my point is like, there are external groups, or for example, you guys, and it's not a bad thing, it's a great thing, right? So it's been successful a little bit, you know, from what kind of like we can gather, but that's a real external group. So I don't know that it's either, it has to go in this section as another section of like external groups, you know, or it's not external communications. So to your, what you're saying.
No, my point was to following the work group charter process. Just to add on to number 5, if
If not,
the executive director doesn't want to approve the charter as it comes into him, there's a kind of requirement on him to go back to whoever that sponsor was and say,
Yeah.
let's look at alternatives, which may be an external working group
Yeah.
or whatever the setup is, but it's putting the ED in a position of saying, okay, I said no, this may still be an issue or a priority,
right.
let's find another way to do it.
But is like, Commissioner Roy, I know you. I guess my question is, do we need permission to create an external group? So I think that's a question that needs to be baked into.
I
another
don't think
section.
it's in this part.
Okay,
Okay, I will put that, I'll make sure that we get back to that, but I don't think it's in this section, if that's
But
okay.
it kind of is. I think so too. It's a working group.
yeah.
But it's
Because I think we have
external,
to-
it's external. These are internal. This is for commission and commission staff.
But there's an
To work
internal
together.
component to it. So she has engaged with Alyssa, our COO. There is the executive assistant who is engaging and present during these conversations. Their staff resources are being extended to it.
But why, let me just ask the question the other way. Why is that different from this if the charter says who you want, who's on the who's,
I think that's
Who's
the
on-
point.
This
That's
is
a part
the
of the
question.
question.
Sean is saying there's
Alright.
no charter, but there is a charter for this outside one. And that's just that, you know what I mean, there's been obviously a miscommunication there, but I think that delineating clearly what an internal working group and an external working group is really critical here. And it's not really an external communication, it's how do you define work that's being done either directly at Sean's, you know, fulfilling Sean's goals and the commission's goals. And then maybe there's something that doesn't fit under the goals that someone would like to explore, look at, but it's not fitting under the goals. So I think that's almost, maybe that's a separate section, but it should come right.
And Susan, I think the thing here is that I know we have working groups, and these don't have, here in this title, we don't have internal versus external. So I guess what I'm saying is, maybe there should be like another little section within here that's like external group. So let's be real here. And Commissioner Roy, I know you're probably looking back at your emails, but it sounds like frantically, I know
I
she's.
can't open it, no, I
Yeah.
have the
No, it's okay,
emails.
but
Commissioner Roy, here's the-
your point is that you've created some stuff, however, somehow Sean has never seen it and never approved it. But you've now worked on a whole working group outside of this commission, both you and Bruce, on some important work that you guys have been doing, quote unquote, the only staff on it, and you just said today, Kate sits on it and Alyssa said, okay, so that's a full-blown working group that's doing a policy, working around policy or whatever it is. I don't know 100% of what you guys are doing, but that's great. So I think that there needs to be some kind of process as well for external working groups. I don't, Sean,
it sounds like there's some confusion.
Yeah, no, and I want to clarify, because
please.
if one is obviously, if I executed it, I owe you an apology. It is not included in this list of working groups that was identified. So I just want to, if I executed it, I owe you an apology. From my perspective, if we are going to be devoting any staff time or resources to any project, we just need to, I think for your sake and my sake, we should be putting some structure to it so that no one can pretend 6 months down the road that I didn't know about this, or what are we doing here? There's just a real risk to, I think having that clarity in writing is going to be really valuable when at some point there's a question or who approved this, who authorized this, and I think it's accountability from my standpoint.
Can you imagine, or has there been, sounds like there has been a situation where team members are external to the organization?
Sure. Yeah.
So is the easy fix to just where it says project team, which is responsible for contributing to accomplish the authorized work, may be internal or external to the commission.
I mean, Commissioner Warren Bruce, do you guys have thoughts on this? Because you guys are the ones that have really done a good job of creating this external group.
When you say it's an external group, are all the members on it besides you external to the organization?
Commissioner Stebbins and myself, and Kate will sit in and take minutes. We
And
meet
who-
once a
who are
month.
the other members?
On the Office of Executive, the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, the RMB,
Okay.
DPH.
So if we just add here in the text that team members may be external or internal to the organization, does that, there's still a charter, there's still a charter process, it just suggests that there can be external team members on it.
Yeah,
But there are external team members on an internal working group, this microbial one, right? I mean, are there, you have external people. This is what I'm saying is that I think that we're sort of, it's external and internal really just means I'm going to work on an issue. I'm either going to have it sort of formally fall under Sean's goals and get the probably the more robust resources. It sounds like there are minimal resources really just tracking.
Can we, Bruce, you were gonna say something. I forgot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. So I'm in the process, I haven't written it yet, I'm in the process of creating a draft charter for the executive director and ultimately that will combine
For that
internal staff, no,
Oh, something else.
internal staff with some external folks too. I think it's okay to incorporate who those external players are and what I'm envisioning may be more of a draw on staff resources than maybe the other group had to do with Commissioner Roy. But at the same time, allowing the executive director who, I know as we sit here today, has a lot more experience with probably some of those external stakeholders than maybe we've all engaged in our short time here. I would want him to be able to raise a red flag and say, inviting so-and-so is inviting somebody with a flamethrower to your meetings, you might want to reconsider that. So building that in, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing.
Okay, so I think that does it, just to say external or internal members, and it's
Yeah.
part of an official.
Because before this, we didn't know, like, and I was very honest, I mean, and there's stuff that you don't know about the internal, there's stuff I didn't know about the external, but until you guys didn't bring it up, I didn't know that we were allowed to have external working groups. Like, at that level, you're dealing with state agencies, you guys have a very robust working group with state agencies. Like, that's not that's a big deal.
Mhm.
That's a big deal. So, and not us, like, you feel like you're in the dark. I felt like I was in the dark about that because I didn't know you could do that shit. Whatever topic we were interested in, that's something that you could, you just don't, you don't know what the resources are.
So I guess, Mr. Executive Director, are you okay with us? First of all, I think it's a good thing to invite some folks in from the outside, especially if sometimes they're referenced in our legislation. But are you okay with that being part of the working group charter as we have it currently laid out in the project charter policy?
Yeah, I think because we know we can only bind ourselves.
Right.
Yeah.
We can only bind our own resources. So in other words, even if there's a working group charter that includes a sampling of internal staff and external folks, I can't say this person from DPH is who we get. DPH is to manage themselves.
Right.
And so the only folks that I can manage are our team. So instead, I look at it as, what is our contribution to this? So in other words, I think on the existing external one was, to me, it's primarily external. The singular staff member that's supporting commissioners, it's her job to support commissioners. So I don't see that as being, like if there was a need to have someone from enforcement there, now we're talking a different kind of perspective there. So that's why, to me, it was kind of an innocence to the charter process. But again, like I said, if I executed one, I absolutely owe Commissioner Roy an apology. I think it's instead, yes, if we're binding our resources and setting an expectation for what our team is going to be doing, and there's folks from external that are participating, I'd rather capture the whole universe.
Also, it's beneficial for the other commissioners that have an understanding and awareness about the external working groups as well, because I know it would have been helpful in some of my own communications to know that, Commissioner Roy is already having some communications that sort of align with the same conversations. And it's just good to know across the board. So I think that incorporating the external working groups into this process and also including them in that intranet, database would be really helpful.
And I don't want to over rely on the intranet either, because I think that's a good point of, I don't want to just put it there and assume that everybody sees it there too.
But it's good that it's somewhere.
Agreed.
We just don't
Absolutely.
have that.
But I think if you're gonna have a conversation with an external department, I don't think anyone would have an expectation that, well, before I accept this meeting, let me go check our internet and scour every single charter and make sure there's no one from that. I just don't want to put that burden on anyone that might be. So for context, we did have procurements early on in this agency. We had a lot of external help. Our licensing software system and Metric, our seed to sales system, both had participants from TOPS, or our Executive Office of Technology, because I didn't know a damn thing about technology. And they were kind enough to lend someone, but we didn't have this structure at that point. So it was informal. But I think that those are examples where in procurement, we may bring in an expertise that we don't have in-house and we may not need long-term. So there'll be a strategic decision there.
All right, I'm going to move us to legislative and executive branch outreach. And this comes mostly from the policy memo about that. And I think Commissioner Concepcion, you helped me with the drafting on this as well. There was one question that I got, I think it was actually from Commissioner Camargo, is does legislative or executive include municipal, state, and federal? Should it? And if it does, should it? So I think the memo was written primarily to Massachusetts legislature. And so the question was, is this broader than that?
I would say it definitely should incorporate state and federal. I'm not sure how much wherewithal we bring to municipal outreach. Thinking of the whole local control piece and things like that.
So if the first.
There is an element of being, I'm sorry, there is an element of being responsive to municipal calls and inquiries, but I don't know if that falls under the outreach policy as you originally drafted.
The term legislative, in my mind, I include federal.
Sure.
They're also a legislative body.
Yeah.
So I guess that's my question. Is like, is it not perceived the same way? Is that not, does not encompass and incorporate the federal government as well?
Oh, I'm just trying to answer the question. I always envisioned it as state. I always envisioned it as federal. I would also, and I think you covered that it's not just legislative, that it's executive branch as well. Like, we tell Joe Biden, great job, keep it going.
So it sounds like the answer to the question is yes, it does, and it doesn't necessarily need to be spelled out.
Maybe when Commissioner Camargo comes back and we kind of ask if that was her question.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else on that section on legislative branch and outreach? Again, it should look pretty familiar because it's mostly lifted from the policy.
Those have worked really well. So, but on number 6 on the next page, I know that Matt in his reports has been adding calls or communications with local officials as part of his reports. I don't know whether it falls into that.
Wait, could you say that again? I'm getting.
Yeah, so Matt Giancola provides kind of a monthly report in our board meeting book. And I think his last couple of reports, he does mention they had a conversation with the mayor of so-and-so. So I guess that goes back to my question, whether we do include municipal, your governmental affairs question.
We were looking at your question. I think it was your question, does legislative or executive include municipal, state, and federal?
Mm-hmm.
And if so, does it need to be spelled out? And so the conversation was that there was an assumption that legislative includes state and federal. And then the question, does it have to be spelled out or not?
Here, you have to spell everything out. So, at least for right now. Not a bad thing, it just needs to be in there. None of this stuff existed, which is why we're having rubs.
So,
Did you modify one and where it says legislative and executive branches, and then add of all levels of government?
Perfect. You're answering your question.
and Commissioner Stebbins, do you think we need to add municipal? Because the government affairs unit is tracking all commissioner contacts.
I think the change we just made on one covers.
We'll cover that, okay.
I'm sorry, Bruce, I don't know if you finished your previous statement. I have a comment on 7. I had a few questions on that, but I think you were saying something.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I think there were 2 things. C was one of the questions I had. So refrain from using official commission and/or agency resources. I wanted to unpack that a little bit, just because I have engaged, and I'll use an example, my letter that I gave to conference committee members around the suitability provision in the recent bill, now law. I used, and I went through Matt for that, even though it wasn't an official, like it wasn't a commission policy. It was me doing it as an individual commissioner. That, I know that's using it was using a staff resource. So I just want to figure out, I don't think I put that there. I wonder if I do. If I did, I just want to figure out what, I don't think so. But maybe that needs to be revised a little bit.
So let's just read the first part and then see.
Okay.
Individual commissioners may engage in legislative and/or executive branch outreach unrelated to formal commission-supported outreach, up to a formal outreach, unrelated to a formal commission-supported outreach plan, and when doing so will. So what you were doing was not
It was not
part of a formal plan.
Mhm.
Is that the right words? Is it, maybe there's an or in there, or a,
Your question
Where
is
are you
like,
putting the or?
is it okay? Is your question? I'm sorry.
I know it's, I mean,
Oh,
I
okay.
assumed it was okay. I went through,
Yeah, yeah.
Sean knew, Matt knew. I
Yeah.
did like the internal processes
Yeah.
before putting anything out.
Yeah.
But my question is, if we're putting this here, that line goes against what happened in the way that we've operated before. Even when you, let's say you did it, you testified, or you and Roy testify at a hearing,
Yeah.
and you're testifying in your individual capacity, but you're utilizing Nat or
To help
Ernesto
us.
to help you
Oh,
in
yeah.
drafting that statement.
We did.
It's not a commission-approved policy, but you have every right as an individual
no, we
commissioner to
did.
do so, and
Yeah.
it's utilizing staff resources.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that line is, I'm reading that.
you're right. How would you describe the topic that you were talking about? Like, and I don't mean the topic, what the substance was,
A piece of legislation.
Independent legislative outreach.
but it was something that the commission supported. Is that right?
No.
No.
That was,
It wasn't against, no one, it wasn't adverse, like, going against something that we supported, but it was not something that we made any statement on, aside from myself as an individual commissioner.
Sean, could you just clarify?
yeah, so I think along those same lines, it was, the commission had not taken any position, either for or against, so it was not counter to an existing position.
Right.
The other thing is, like, in this instance, I would prefer to have medical or any of our staff, just for, if no other reason, that one is a support mechanism. I think commissioners are entitled to that level of support, but it also helps coordinate it with other commissioners. So I think one, and less so the like, how can I help you personally achieve the pursuit of whatever it is that you're pursuing? Instead, it's how can we make sure that everybody else here knows what's going on? So it's not like, Matt or Ernesto, can you help me craft a plan that gets this done? Instead, it's can you share this amongst the agencies? I think that's where the use of resources is entirely appropriate. It may be, like, the line that could be crossed is help me avoid the commission. So I guess how we phrase it could be abused down the road as well, where it's you can do it and you actually have access, unfettered access to staff resources. There might be some risk to that. So I guess I want to.
Yeah, it seems like if we just keep A and B, because that is using staff resources, and then just delete C, does that get us where we need to be?
I would be comfortable with deleting C, but I'd also be comfortable with adding your executive director to A somehow.
Can I just do, and this is part of this, maybe we're getting into the communications, but we talked about this previously. Do people need to, when this is not an official approved, a commission position, do we need to be clarifying to anyone? You know what I mean? So how is that baked into this? I just want some clarity, because I thought we talked about this before,
Right, so B reads, clarify to legislators and their staffs and executive branch personnel that they are speaking on their own behalf and not on the behalf of the commission as a whole.
But how do we do that? That's what I guess I'm trying to sort of figure out is.
You want us to walk you through an example?
I'd like an example of how you did that. I want to understand that, what is required, what you have to do.
I think it's very literal. Like, I literally will say I'm speaking in my own capacity.
Okay.
And the letter that I'm referencing, it's in that letter saying I'm speaking in my individual capacity
Okay.
on behalf of myself. This is not a commission position.
Right, okay.
So it sounds like
It's a commissioner interest and priority, commissioner.
Is that pulled into 10, therefore? I'm sorry, external communications in 10?
It could.
but it's a very literal statement. Like,
Okay,
it's just-
okay, that's what, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to understand practically how you do that. Okay.
I think even in our meetings, I was meeting with conference committee members with other commissioners, and I would say, well, this is something that I'm talking about separate and aside as an individual commissioner.
Okay.
So if I
So
understand
we'll take out
the changes to 7 are to remove C, and to Commissioner Stebbins' point, in A, for it to read, provide advance notification to all other commissioners and the executive director through the Government Affairs Department. Is that right?
Or Ian. You want both?
Sean, in the way this reads is the Government Affairs Department is notified, and the Government Affairs Department notifies the commissioners and the executive director.
Okay, I'm just reading it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm stuck on that because I do want that individual commissioner to have had that conversation with the executive director and not run it through Matt. I mean, I think the way A is written right now is so Matt, head of government affairs, can message that out to the other 4 commissioners. But I think still building in that in consultation with the executive director, I think that needs to happen.
So
David, in your case, having that conversation both with the ED and Matt prior to
is that what you want? So before any commissioner speaks to any legislator on their own, not as part of a policy, they first have a conversation with the executive director?
I mean, I hope they would. I don't want to stymie anybody's voice, but I think that's just an appropriate way to kind of approach.
I just think that because I think we want everyone to have their ability to have their voice and to say something like this, but we also just want to make sure that we are speaking with one voice when we are making deliberations and things like that, so. I'll let Sean to-
Have my role serve more like a think of like a traffic light, like yellow versus red.
Mhm.
Because one of the things I don't want to do is overstate my role. So
Mhm.
in other words, I can't say
You can't, no, you can't, yeah.
Right.
And so maybe if I'm the traffic light that just says proceed with caution, yield, but I don't want any other commissioner. So let's say, I'm using Commissioner Concepcion's example because it's one that happened. If her position was actually in conflict with an existing commission, she still has an individual right as a commissioner to pursue that and state that. If she had come to me before and in that scenario, those that you just pointed out, my answer would be, I don't think you should do that, or you should know that's counter to the existing policy. Or other commissions may have an expectation based on the way that would read to say, Sean, you should have stopped that.
Mhm.
And I think in that scenario, my answer would be, I can't. So I want to make sure I'm occupying the right space where I can offer my counsel, but I can't, and I shouldn't. be the one to say
However,
no.
you can in terms of resources, staff resources, official resources, that is the area where you could, and you have the ability to say, no, we will not provide resources for this.
You may not want to, it may not be your style, but you can.
Determine, yeah.
You could say, Commissioner Concepcion, go write your own letter.
You are totally under oath.
Yeah.
On this one.
And I don't feel comfortable, like, I think that actually should be, now that we're talking this out, that should be there in terms of like the ED's ability to
Just to weigh in.
weigh
To
in.
devote resources.
Right, exactly.
It's to make a determination to devote staff resources.
And I think that that's
Or
helpful
agency
too.
resources, right? Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think so, that's.
Well, you make a determination as to whether or not, you know what I mean? I mean, if this is, and this is where again, and this is my inexperience and lack of knowledge, but if it's something that it runs counter to what the commission wants, and again, you know, this is like whatever, I think it could be confusing if we have staff working that might be contra to something that, you know, and that's, I don't know how.
That's the scenario I think it would be most often deployed is I guess that's where my obligation to the whole comes
Yeah.
in. Is the agency is pursuing option A, you're about to walk up to Beacon Hill and say, I actually prefer option B. I can't devote resources to option B because the commission has a stated position for option A, and that's where our attention is focused. And also, because you're pursuing option B, I need to let every other commission know if that's where you're going.
And you can still go ahead and, I can
You're
still go
free
ahead
to
and
do
do
that.
it.
Yeah. See, I think that needs to be written.
So just in terms of the language, so it sounds like for A, it should read, so we have when doing so will. It would be consult with the executive director would be the new A. And then B, provide advance notice to the other commissioners would become B. And then it sounds like there's a new D, and I missed exactly the language, but something like the executive director will determine the use of agency resources. Could,
Sean, you said it.
what was the?
Yeah, really no memory if I just blacked
I
out.
know.
I think Sharon for a minute said it.
I just think that its executive director has discretion to determine the use of agency resources,
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think that's good.
something like that.
And that's a check.
Because again,
That's a-
It's,
I'm sure
it's,
so.
it's okay when we have a good idea,
Mhm.
but there could be a bad idea, you know what I mean? And so, you know, this is where it like gets difficult because it gets personal. We're kind of talking about this stuff, so.
But this actually sets I think, a blanket understanding that before any good idea or bad idea is established, this is how we're going to operate. So at least everybody has clarity on how we will proceed.
And we'll all be aware. It's all
Right.
on board, yeah.
And so if I were to say no, it would be based on a substantive reason, not just I don't like that idea myself. It's instead, it's counter or.
Well, I think it's also that maybe four other commissioners have already given you guidance that it's a bad idea,
That's
you know what I mean? So I think it sort of comes back to the commissioners.
And that's where that consultation is important.
Yeah.
All right.
You happy?
I'm very happy. We're really, they're flying. External communications. There, there's a lot more. And this is where in 10 we have the actual sentence.
Mhm. I guess my first question is, why is 4 under here? Seems a little out of place.
I think that came up because it says the executive director is the commission's spokesperson for administrative issues. And so it was, how is it determined that it's an administrative issue? That's just something that got raised in the last meeting. That's what it's there for.
I don't think it's a bad thing to put in.
I would-
If you think that there's some reason not to put it in.
No, I didn't understand the context.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah, I didn't read.
I would put the two of them together. if you
Make
wanna
that
do
three, okay. I struggled with that.
One of the issues that I wanted to raise in 5 is I've had some time to reflect on the Scrum, and I am really troubled. I think the Scrum provides for equal access for all commissioners to have a statement, but I strongly disagree that if someone has the opportunity to go first, but they don't go first, they can't participate. I don't think that's a staff-driven decision. I think that muzzles commissioners. And again, I'm still sort of like finding my footing here, and I raised it last meeting. But I think that this oversteps. And, we don't have it in here, but just wanted to make that statement. And I know you may have some pushback and there may be some strategy and there may be, but it's a privilege to go first. Right, and it's done with a reason.
Or burden.
Or a burden, but if it's a burden, then this is, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, sorry, my timing was wrong. I didn't get to be first. You know what I mean? So I just think it's inappropriate for us to say, if you don't go first, you can't go at all. Because then I think it creates, I'm going to go around the Scrum, and then, you know what I mean? And then you're going to have to be, then I'd like, well, I'm going to be talking to the press here. I'd like to get staffed on this. So if I didn't get to do it when I want,
Then what if there's internal strategy or even just strategy of like, oh, I'm not gonna go first, so let's play this out.
Mhm.
We got public meeting coming,
Mhm.
with a lot of questions. I'm first, you're second.
Mhm.
And I say, you know what? I don't wanna go, I'm gonna go last,
Mhm.
so that they can put you on the hot seat first before me.
Mhm.
That's real.
Can I tell you something? I've been on the hot seat.
I know, but-
I'm just saying,
Example.
yeah, but I'm just saying, I just think that going first is your privilege.
Yeah, but I think that
But
there's also, I don't think it's a privilege, I think it's also an example of like things, and I trust everybody here, and I don't think we've ever done this to each other, like, oh, I don't wanna go so that Bruce can be in the hot seat, but I'm using this as an example, like,
Mhm.
but it could be, it could be used against you, you know what I mean? Like, it could be used against you, and every month is different, and someone can say, you know what, I'm not gonna go first, because I know they wanna come after Rudy, so you know what, let her sit in the hot, I'm telling you, like,
So if I want to put you on the hot seat, I still can.
Yeah, you can, but, so I'm just, this
No,
is
but I'm
me.
just saying,
I'm
if I
being cynical.
want to create a problem, I can do that.
Yeah,
You know,
but
it's gotta
it
be.
is to your detriment though, because you then relinquish your ability to participate in the scrum itself. My question is.
Was there a reason for this?
My question though
Yeah.
is, what is an equitable alternative? Because
Yeah,
that's how we landed here, is this, there's no, you don't have to worry about staff bias, you don't have to worry about sort of playing this,
The
a game.
The game shenanigans.
And that is, I don't know, what's an alternative that makes sure that there's an
I'm just
equal
uncomfortable.
approach maybe.
I'm just uncomfortable saying someone can't speak. That's what I'm a little uncomfortable.
But I don't
with.
think that is,
That's what I heard.
I think Commissioner Roy, you brought it up.
that someone
Yeah.
can't speak.
You
You're
brought it
saying,
up a couple weeks
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
but I
the
thought that's
policy
being
is.
framed a little bit differently from
Okay.
what's happening. Because we all have an opportunity to speak.
Mhm.
It's not saying, you're saying that the order, if someone is not comfortable with the order and they decide they don't want to go in that order.
Mhm.
And they can't go, as what Commissioner Roy said, that the policy.
Like, for instance, if you had a family emergency and you wanted to go first and I was good, I'd be glad to give somebody my spot to go first, so you could tend to that, whatever it is. But we don't have that ability to help each other, or we don't have that ability. You're out. So it's either you're in or you're out. Like, there's no ability to.
But has this been a problem? That's what I just wanted to sort of
I
get.
haven't, I took my medicine and I moved on, but I mean.
I guess me personally, I don't know anybody else, but I've never said, oh, I'm not gonna, I can't go now, but can I go in another order? I've never had to deal with that, so I don't know. It's never happened to me. I don't know. Bruce or Ava.
But I'm just saying,
That hasn't
why?
happened, and I've had, and I know I've said this before, I have a young kid at home.
Yeah.
And our meetings can be really long.
Right.
And I have waited and been that last person, but that's okay in my mind, because it's fair. It's a blanket approach that's
Mhm.
applied to us all,
Mhm.
so I don't mind that.
I'm not saying I disagree with the ordering. I mean, I think that's appropriate. And I think that, generally people want to go first, don't they?
No,
Oh, they don't?
that's also,
So
no,
I'm missing
people
the
don't.
point.
It's actually, sometimes it's the opposite. Sometimes you don't want to go first
Right.
because you want to know the questions that are being posed.
Mhm.
And you want to, you just want to have some of that pressure off of you. If you go middle, sometimes I feel like that's
That's what happened to me. I
That's
didn't
the
want to
nice
go
spot.
first because what? I was kind of new, it was gonna be hard questions. I said if I can sit back and I can listen, I still want to participate. I really did want to participate, but I didn't want to go first. And if I had that ability to sit back, and if somebody else, wanted to switch with me, great. And if nobody did, then, okay, I'm out of luck, sit out. We don't have that ability to do that, like you going last, if you said, do you want to switch with me? Because I gotta get the baby, I'd be like, okay, but we don't have that ability
I see
to,
what you're saying.
you see,
the other thing is that so this is all coming from
And I
me,
really
my
just
own
want to hear
impression.
about
Yeah,
challenges.
yeah,
I want to
that-
understand.
There's also a chance that somebody will consistently be in that seat, in that hot seat without, I just feel, I don't know. I just don't know an
I
equitable
saw going
alternative.
first as a privilege, and I thought that was the reason. it was
no,
ordered.
it cuts both ways.
Sometimes.
It goes
Yeah.
both ways, it does, it does.
Yeah, this is how you land on an approach, because this is what we were dealing with as a staff
Mhm.
was, I don't want to go first, I want to go first. Or we've decided this is what we're going to do, and then one person was actually left out of that decision-making process.
Mhm.
The other part is we've decided, might also be an admission of an open meeting law violation. But those are things, I think we've landed on an approach. I'm not saying it's
Mhm.
perfect. And
Yeah.
and I'm also probably not the best person to defend it, because to be honest, I don't know that I have strong feelings about who goes in what order on the press scrum. Simply because I think you all have an entitlement to speak to the press.
Right.
And I think our staff struggles at times to make sure that we are being fair and equitable to everybody,
Mhm.
as far as, and also struggling at times to prepare everybody for talking to the press. So again, I don't,
Thinking, I'll back off, because I don't think I understood that, because it felt to me like this was perceived as a privilege to go
It goes
first.
both ways.
And that was what I thought, and it's like, if I don't choose to exercise that privilege, but I'm hearing now that it's not perceived
I
to be a
think
privilege.
once you go through it, you'll get a better understanding. Because there's also
You're already
staff in
in
the
it.
background helping and messaging and making sure that
Yeah.
we know kind of what to be prepared for. And it's like the longer you wait, the more you understand the direction of the questions.
There's some times where you're the last person and the reporters, there's only one left and they're like, hey, how you doing, Commissioner Margot? You got anything for me? Yeah, you know what?
Well,
We
that's
already
why I
asked everybody
perceived
else.
it as, no, but that's why I perceived it
Sports
as
cannabis,
a,
so.
no, but that's why I perceived it as a privilege, and that if you went to the back of the line, that if you wanted to go to the back line and get weather questions, fine.
But sometimes you want to be the last person because you'll go eat after the scrum, you'll take a walk, and then you'll come back and just say whatever you gotta say and then be done for the day, you know, so.
But just to move past the misconception, you know,
Mhm.
I like, first of all, it starts with, do you want to participate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I got something to do after the meeting breaks up, or I just choose not to do it this month. To, you know, the sequence, and I think, Chair, to your point, if I opt out of my sequence, that shouldn't prohibit me from having a place to be interviewed or ask
That's the
questions.
crux of it.
Yeah.
Right, and I think that's the
That's
crux
the crux
of
of it.
That's what I
It's an injury.
misunderstood. That's what I
Yeah.
misunderstood.
It's like, okay, I choose not to go first.
Mhm.
I should still be allowed
That's the
to
crux.
go to the end of the line or do whatever. And hopefully there isn't a nefarious reason why you back out of it.
And we've never actually talked about it, all of us together,
Yeah.
either, right? Like, we've never talked about that.
You'd have to do it in public.
Which we are now, but.
All right, you know.
Okay, I'm,
Yeah.
thank you, I'm glad you explained that.
It'd be helpful though, because I think sticking to the charter itself is that I think it should be reduced to an SOP, like an articulated, written down SOP
Oh, okay.
that then gets, you know, kind of shared amongst commissioners as like, do you agree to this? Because one of the things I don't want to do is, and we should have the flexibility, I think the reason it should be an SOP and probably not live here
Mhm.
is we should have some space to evolve.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if, you know, different commissioners have a different take, or
Yeah.
I just,
Mhm.
but I do think it should, in fairness to everybody, including any new commissioner that arrives,
Yeah.
it should be, this is our
This is
policy.
the expectation.
Because this
Think
thing,
of
this
what
came
I'm
from.
saying, I mean, I was, it was sort of implied that I wouldn't be a part of the scrum the last time, and I'm like, well, where am I in the alphabet? I don't even know. So, you know, so that was one of the things that, you know, I was trying to be respectful because I wasn't gonna vote and I wasn't going to, but I'm saying now, am I gonna be at the end of the line for the next 6 months? And again, I perceive it as a privilege, not a, you know, the hot seat, so I wanted to figure that out.
Any other things on external communications?
Yeah, of course, this has been very practical for me. So, you know, I think I've shared with people that I was not happy with the way the comm staff functioned when there were questions about my joining the commission. And I think I've shared with all of you, you know, obviously Cedric was on bereavement leave, Tara was, I think, technically on vacation, and I got, an email was sent to me at 11 o'clock. I didn't get it till 5 o'clock. I said I would write something, but this is also, I think we need to be sort of conscious of who is making the determination of whether or not something is personal to a commissioner or important to the commission. Because I will tell you that in not allowing me to send a personal statement or have it forwarded by the staff here and not being told that it wasn't going to be forwarded hurts the commission. And if my ethics are impugned, all of your ethics, and I know that Commissioner Camargo was particularly concerned about her own ethical position, but if I handled these questions with the Boston Globe, I handled these questions with Commonwealth Magazine. I didn't have, I was not staffed by the comms team. They did not want to staff me, so I did it myself, and that was fine. It was when I wasn't staffed here and I was told that something would get done and it didn't get done. So I just
Is that
wanted.
the case, Chair?
Hmm?
Is that the real case? Because I feel like there's a lot of, on that story, maybe today's not the date, but in that story, there's a lot of different stories of like the process of your statement not going out. So I don't know if that's the real case. I
Can
don't.
you just confirm, Sean? Can you confirm what happened?
The statement didn't go out. There's a few things I really don't know if this is the appropriate forum for it.
Yeah, maybe it's.
But the characterization that they didn't want to staff you is concerning to me.
In the first instance, we talked about that.
But the Boston Globe and Commonwealth Magazine articles or stories that were run or were not run were not part of that first instance. And so I feel like I've addressed these with you personally, and I just don't.
Okay.
But is there anything we can learn that needs to be in here? That,
I do think to
that's
the chair's
that's
point.
looking at number
Yeah.
9.
That's,
in
I think,
particular.
to the chair's specific point, and one thing I do want to agree with her on is that if there's ever a story that is personal to any commissioner, I think our communications team is available to support each of you. Where I do think we need to, I think this is the appropriate forum for this conversation, is there are going to be instances where the commission's interests either align or may not align with those of an individual commissioner. And our communication staff walk that line, and I think a very delicate and careful way. And so do I in that effect as well. There's I guess using that specific example, as indirect or vague as way as possible, a bit of a perfect storm. That's not an excuse. It's just an acknowledgement of the environment we were living in, we still live in today. I do think if it pertains to individual commissioner, you as an individual have an absolute right to defend yourself, certainly first and foremost. But if it's going to then implicate the commission, I want to make sure that two things happen. One is our commission communications team are engaged and involved, but also I feel like they and I have an obligation to the entirety of the commission. I put together 4 individual commissioners. As far as an alert, this is what's happening, you should be aware. And it's not always going to be easy, simple, or frankly, it's always going to be professional, but it may be tense.
Yeah.
I guess I want to be honest about that. And I think that's where alerting the commissioner, allowing them, and so that's where I think the divergence of, if you're going alone on this, you need to know that as much advance
But
notice as
I'm just saying,
possible.
I'm happy to go alone, I really am.
Exactly, but I'm
But
saying.
I was
you
not
need-
given that ability. I basically was prevented from doing it.
And I think you need time and space to be able to know that that's happening. This is where our interests are going to fracture at this point. And you need sufficient notice and time to do that.
Right.
And as I've said to you personally, I accept accountability for that. And I think that's where, if in future instances where that may occur, those are conversations that need to happen with our communication staff and with me. And I would say those are probably decisions that I make alongside a commissioner. With the advice and counsel and strategic counsel of our communications team.
But in particular, if a communication about a particular commissioner comes in, and this is also one of the problems that I've seen, is the speed or lack thereof that you get a response. That's one of the things, and this is not part of the policy, but in practice, I mean, just earlier today in talking about the woman who died in Holyoke. Now, we're not going to be making a statement, but we're going to get put on the spot about something like that. And I had been told I got something, I thought that we were going to hear, get some sort of talking points or get some sort of something. And that's also something that I think needs to be communicated to us, because that is, a commission issue, but we're going to be put on the spot. And if we don't have some sort of guidance from the comms team, and quickly, I mean, that's the problem, is that it feels like everything is being up the flagpole, down the flagpole, and I got stuck on the flagpole because everything was going up and down. And I was told, I was told it was going to get done. It didn't get done. And I was not alerted to that fact. And so this is also, again, going to Commissioner Camargo's earlier point, we need to be protected when there are commission issues that could, put us on the hot seat. How do we do that? So again, I think it's important to have a conversation here, but it's not just me personally and the damage that it's done to me personally, serious damage it's done to me. But I also think that it's damaged the commission, and it creates, a bad image. So anyway, and if I had handled it the way I handled it with the other two, there's still going to be a Herald story, but it wouldn't be like that. So
I think also this is a difficult conversation right now, but we are in public media, and the only time that we can talk about it is that I think that there's also some kind of discrepancy with the statement that you did write, in terms of what you wanted it to be out there to look like. And I don't know whether the facts of the process are correct or they're still up on the board.
I don't know what process you mean.
Because I think you're
I
talking,
I
yeah, because in terms of how it all happens and like who approves it or who doesn't approve it. So I'm gonna put myself in your situation for a second, right? If no one's responding and no one's around, then I write a statement. And my statement is, I went to the store first, then I ordered the ice cream, and then I sat down and I ate it, and then I went on the train. Those are my facts. I believe in those facts, right? That's my statement that I'm gonna put out there. Who's the person who approves that statement that goes out? You know, so is that then now up to Sean to approve that statement if I individually as an independent commission is gonna put that statement out there? I think that's a discrepancy as
What I'm
well.
saying, in my first instance, I was told I had to do this myself.
Right, your own statement.
And so I did it myself.
Yeah.
Because it was about me.
Yeah.
And so I handled that, I handled the Globe, I handled the Commonwealth Magazine. But this process did not work well. But in terms of me, this is the whole point, is I'm gonna give a personal statement if,
Yeah.
and that's also the processing of this. What's the commission? I believe this was the commission. But it was really that I was told this was going to get sent and it didn't get sent. And if I had been told we don't have enough flagpole left to approve this for you, then you have to take care of this yourself.
that
And again,
approval
as I was
was
told
you.
before, I had to take care of it myself.
If that approval, it didn't go out because that approval ended up there. And you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to be there.
As I noted,
You've already talked about it.
it
Okay.
ended with me.
So I just want to know for the charter, it sounds like there are times where a commissioner may need to make a personal statement.
Yeah.
And what's the process? Does that statement need to be approved or sent out by a commission? Or can we say something about when a personal statement is to be made by a commissioner, then they just make it? Like, what's the connection between a personal statement and the communication staff?
Yeah, that's a really good question.
I guess I can think of a lot of different scenarios where that would be both a benefit and a problem, like depending on the nature of the personal statement, right? Like I think that's, and knowing this is a durable document that will live hopefully beyond all of us.
Please.
Yeah, well, hopefully. I mean, what comes up in someone's personal life, personal interests, pertains to that individual. So there's a circumstance where, I don't know, I'm driving home today and I get pulled over and arrested. That's my problem.
No, it's not.
I'm just, if I can clarify, that's my problem personally.
Oh.
Obviously, I'm going to consult our communication staff, but our communication staff is going to say, on behalf of the commission, we take this very seriously. Like, our interests are not aligned. Our communication staff needs to protect this agency. I need to protect my own ass.
What if you, we're taking a bribe from,
Sure.
some, that's your problem, but
Yeah.
that's also a commissioner's.
So that's what I'm saying.
Or.
But he's saying that
He's
they,
saying the statements are different, right? So the
No, I
commission's-
know,
the
but I
commission's
want to
statement
understand
is-
how do we make that determination? What's the determination?
And everything ends up with you, like you said.
But that's what I'm saying. If let's say I'm the subject though too, and I think that, so the example I was using was, if something happens to me personally, I'm obviously going to consult our communication staff. But I want to make sure that they're in a position to say, outside of my interests, because they shouldn't just be aligned with me and because I shouldn't be in a position to say, no, the commission's going to support me on this. So I think that's where the communication staff needs some discretion. But I think to your point earlier, then I need to know that. If I'm going to be on my own, if any commissioner is going to be on your own, you need to know that. And you need to know, and I think this is the point where I am accepting accountability. You need to know with enough time where you can defend yourself and come to your own support. And also, if there's a circumstance where we disagree about, no, I think the commission should be supporting me. We need to budget time to have that argument and debate, where at some point we're just going to call it and say, we're not going to come to an agreement, we need to go our separate ways. But I think that didn't happen here. Again, this is not an excuse. I'm saying it was a perfect storm of circumstances. I think we need to find a way to bake in some discretion in strategy that is a collaborative effort, as much as it can be. A collaborative effort between the communication staff as a team, under the leadership of our communications, our chief of communications and communications director. I think some involvement from me, again, from an accountability standpoint to the entirety of the commission, and then that individual commissioner. But it needs to be that kind of triangle of communication.
So,
I have a question on this, I'm gonna hold until.
Sure.
yeah, I was listening to what everybody's saying, and I think, Susan, you referenced number 9. First of all, the way it's worded right now, I don't like to really give the communications team the option of working with us if it's on commission-related business. So I would change that to shall work with
You okay with
individual.
Will's
commission-
to say, there's like Will.
Will.
and
Will.
shall.
Will's
This
fine.
seems
Will work.
more regular.
And, you know, and if we want to place the ED somewhere in that, and then I guess the question I would pose is at the end of that, getting to, unless incident involves the commission or non-commission related business, something to that effect. So going through commission communications team will work with individual commissioners to respond to particular requests related to that commissioner's projects. I would throw in work and or interests. And then the big caveat being unless it's related to Commissioner Stebbins getting a DUI or how do we, I need some legal help to.
Even you getting a DUI is.
Yeah, I mean, it would,
But they're not required, like
Ah,
that's.
gotcha.
they're not required.
Got it.
So how do we make that? So they clearly have to work with us as it relates to our work as commissioner, our priorities, our projects. Where it gets personal,
Mhm.
do we want to explicitly make that carve out? To the point of maybe our interests become misaligned? I understand the point though, that anything that happens to us in public obviously does come back and reflect on the
Well, if it's
entity as a
commission
whole.
related,
Right.
it's commission related.
I wonder
But
if
it may be us
we
personally.
might want to avoid something too rigid though, and like maybe in consideration of the totality of the circumstances sort of thing, like to allow the communications team to take into account the impact on the commission, because they still need to release a statement regardless of if that's,
Okay,
you know,
Right.
conflicting with my
We're
own
aware of it.
interest, but there still needs to be
Yeah,
some sort of
we're
statement.
aware of it.
I don't know the right words. I'm trying to formulate that, but
We can do that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask if there are some people who will help with drafting, because it seems like when it's more than just my eyes, we get further.
Okay.
Can one or two people
No.
volunteer to do drafting with me? They're just like, I'll do the first cut and then other people.
On this particular?
On the whole, I want to go through the whole thing.
No, I mean, I'm happy to.
Can you and I do it?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I have two other
Okay.
comments. They're both related to like a notification mechanism, because you raised a good point. Sean, you raised this point as well. It's about being notified that you won't be unsupported. And I think that is important, that you are aware with enough time to understand that this is a decision that was made by the communications team. Another thing that recently, from everything that's been happening, I've been so frustrated with finding out about ourselves through the press, through the Globe, through the hair. I'm so frustrated. But then I find out that this is information that was already known by our team, that comms was already aware of things. So I wonder if there's also a component around notification so that we are notified by the comms team when there's something developing that we need to be aware of, so we can get ahead of it, or at least not be finding out information with the rest of the public.
Can you give me an example?
Our chair, so that information,
Okay.
in Trulieve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just something about me going on Twitter. And that is how I learn about myself, or learn about what's happening here. So I don't know if it's possible or how we would do that, but that's something that we should probably entertain.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. And I mean,
Yeah.
figure out the guideline, right? I mean, Sean, you did a good job of explaining the 38, right? But, it was hard to open the paper, open the social media and someone passed like that. This is not like somebody got, a cold or COVID, like somebody passed in one of our facilities, like in January. I was like,
But see, I understand the investigatory element of that. I understand why you wouldn't tell us that, but I mean that at some point, the comms team
Knew it was coming.
knew it was coming, that this is something, I'm sure there were requests for
They
comments.
did, they got inquiries.
So at some point, when we know that it is,
Right.
right,
there
exactly.
could have been,
But I'm just saying, and I know that we won't always know, there won't always be notifications
Yeah.
through the comms team. Is there a way to disclose information or to communicate with us prior to an article?
like, could you have done something different, Sean, in this instance with us? Is the question, I guess. And then how do we use that to move forward?
Yeah,
Can I just say one last comment on piggyback on that? So whoever participates in Scrum, I would bet the house, you're gonna get questions on this true leave. And when did you know, what did you know, when did you know it?
Who wants to go first?
I went first last month, so to your point, whoever's in Scrum, I would bet the house.
But
We're
imagine there are events, there are things, we go outside all the time. You're outside
And you
and you
get
don't even know
You don't
what.
even know, and you're like, we're the last to know.
So some kind of alerts to commissioners.
Something. A notification
Well,
mechanism.
this happened in January, right?
Yeah.
And the story just got in the paper, October.
Yeah.
Is there something that, I guess the question is, I don't want to, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to, because Sean, I know this is a lot, but I just want to move forward, but I guess in this situation, like how, maybe you as the executive director, walk us into your life right now, like maybe what, in another situation like this, what can we do? So it is now October. We're all finding about this now. It's okay, I'm sure you own it.
I don't think that's framed right though, because I don't think, to Sean's credit and the way that he's broken that down to us earlier, I think that's accurate about keeping up those lines.
Yeah, but
I think that that's accurate. I'm saying that when it gets to the point where the public, it's leaked, it's right, there's going to be press around it.
But that's my point,
Yeah.
it's the
Why
ED.
are we
But I'm saying I don't want to use the January timeline.
No, I'm fine, don't use
Okay.
it, don't use it, but I just, if I was ED and Sean, I'm gonna just shut up afterwards, is like, hey, and you've done this really well, this is coming or this is
That's
happening, I can't talk about it, period in the story. I think that didn't happen, for whatever reason, there's a lot of flags coming up and down, but I guess my point is, how do we then bake that policy, whatever it is, for future executive directors and yourself now, so that this doesn't happen, so that, we're all covered.
and I hate to keep returning to this characterization. This agency, and I guess for lack of a better characterization, my life has been a perfect storm
Yeah.
for the past several weeks, and it's not an excuse. Let me be clear, it's not an excuse. The specific instance, but I think this is how, that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
And so the reason it's not an excuse is because I think we need to factor that in. There's gonna be a situation. One of the things I realize that we're probably at quitting time, but I just wanna,
It's
I
important.
wanna go backwards a little bit, and this is more personal style for me, so I realize it may not be embedded or embeddable, if that's even a word. When I was interviewed for this role, Commissioner McBride at the time was subcommittee of two commissioners. There was the chairman, Chairman Hoffman, Commissioner McBride. Commissioner McBride asked me, how do you handle a crisis? What is your strategy? How do you handle the crisis? My answer to her, hopefully was satisfying, obviously I advanced in the process, was my first approach is to determine if it is in fact a crisis. Stop, breathe. Is this a crisis? In the instance, the story referencing out in Holyoke, the reason this hit social media first was because of an inaccurate podcast that I didn't watch. And then the podcast turned into this Twitter retweet kind of sequence of things that I didn't see. In the meantime, I'm dealing with countless other things, filling in for these kind of perfect storm gaps. And because I don't have any visibility into those things, it never occurred to me to say, this might explode. And so I didn't get ahead of it. That does not excuse January. That does not excuse not getting ahead of it. It's really just a factual answer as to why there was not an advance heads up to you. Similarly, because of the perfect storm, I was in and out of a general mailbox for this agency, trying to monitor, are there inquiries that I can intercept and I can get ahead of? And we did unfortunately receive a no comment in a newspaper, that the commission did not respond to a request for comment. There is no one at this agency more frustrated about that or more angry about that than I am. The first thing I did when I saw that was develop a comment and then share it with each and every commissioner. And I also reached out to the majority of you to try to figure out, one, this is what happened, and also to offer a personal apology for why that didn't happen. I said to some of you, you're never going to beat me up more than I'm going to beat myself up for this. So I'll reiterate that apology. But as far as how that communication gets to you, I don't have a perfect system, because one of the things I don't want to do is create paranoia where it doesn't exist or doesn't need to exist. I don't want to just start seeing ghosts and call you 10 times a day with, saw this on Twitter, want to make sure you knew about it, or this might explode, it's hard to forecast. I also don't ever want to give you inaccurate information or incomplete information. And those are two risks, I think, in this particular story that we're dealing with.
But can I ask, back in January, this seems like a pretty fairly unique situation. Is this something, I mean, this is sort of one of those things that know it. I mean, again, you don't want to get ahead of it, you don't want to, but if someone dies,
Right, yeah.
it just feels like this is, look, and one of the things you had said to me, and I've dealt with, like family who, has like printing business and all these fumes, and, they've been sued and all that stuff. So I also know that some of this is extra sensitivity or whatever. It's just, that's the kind of a thing that this is also my concern about crisis management. When we're going up and down flags, it just feels like there needs to be a more nimble way to avoid something like that, both January, October, September, you know what I mean? It just, and this is, I think, also part of what we're also still trying to figure out, how to make you not the bottleneck for everything. Because you're in the hot seat on everything right now. And so how, and this is not a question to be answered, but it's a question to be pondered that I still don't think is it, how do we support you from being that bottleneck? Because it does seem like some things could kind of be decided, or again, policied or whatever, but.
I think from a realistic standpoint, I don't know of every circumstance where an emergency dispatch occurs to a facility. I shouldn't. It's not that it's routine enough, but it's not, kind of going back to those lines, that's 3 lines behind me. So in this scenario, there might have been a heads up this happened, and then an update maybe the next day with, unfortunately, someone passed. And at that moment, I might go, that's untimely, that's unfortunate. Is that something that meets the criteria of, like, actually, maybe this is one thing I can co-opt a little bit. We do have a scenario and kind of an SOP of sorts. Basically, I describe it as our wake-up policy. If this, you wake me up. If a building explodes, you wake me up. I don't care what time of day, what time of night, you wake me up. Part of that phone tree, and we've never deployed it, so just be clear. Part of that wake me up policy would also be, I'm going to wake all 5 of you up. Or at least you're going to wake up to something from me that says, wake up, alert. But don't we have situations like that? And maybe it's just something that's a less dramatic version of that, of maybe just ping, like not wake up, but ping, like if this, then you ping folks. I can't think of every particular scenario that would occur, but I just want to, I think, reflect on what Commissioner Concepcion said for a moment. Your frustration is justified. And I think it's not unreasonable. And I do take accountability for it, and I take personal accountability for it. And I think that's where I'm frustrated with. And one of the things I want to kind of capture in the spirit of this external communication, specifically as it pertains to individual commissioners, is a timeliness. That these things need to be timely. Timely in so much as, are you, one, this pertains to you, need to know what's happening, it pertains to you. But also you need to know with advance notice or as much notice. And the honest answer might be, I'm behind the 8 ball on this one. I'm in it right now. I don't have an approach or solution for you. I just want you to know about it.
Yeah.
And then ultimately, when we do decide on an approach, there's two things that should happen. One is, what do you think of this approach? Or this is our approach. So you know it before it goes out to the press. And there's a lot of scenarios where there's either a chat or an email from me to our staff saying, alert commissioners,
Yeah.
alert commissioners.
Mhm.
And so we have a half decent history of it. We're not perfect.
Yeah.
And
Well, they're
that's
also a little short staffed, so crisis when
benefit.
maternity, vacation, and bereavement leave.
And just this week, we made 2 offers to project coordinators for communications.
Mhm.
We need to bolster our ranks.
All right, I know everybody wants to get out, we're already overdue, but I need
It's
a
not
few
fun.
more minutes.
Over the time.
All right, I'm glad. So first question is, so we've been through 8 of the items in the charter. There are 3 that we haven't gone and looked at the first draft of text on. Are you open or interested in doing maybe a 2 to 3 hour virtual meeting before our October 20th session, which will then put us on track on October 20th to start doing our third review of each issue, which should be more wordsmithing at that point.
I would say next week is off limits.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
This is our public meeting week.
Okay, and anything
when do we,
after that?
but when do you do a virtual?
I will ask Grace and Kate to set something up.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you for a time, I'm just saying you opened.
Next
If there's
week, I
a,
just think that.
yeah, if there's a slot that's open before October 20th, should I try and get us that so we can make a little more progress on this?
Our meeting next week is the 13th, Friday's the 14th, Monday's the 15th. So do we meet on Friday? Is Friday the 20th?
Thursday.
Thursday's the 20th.
Oh, okay, so the
Thursday.
only day that we will probably have is that Monday
Yeah,
or
it's
Tuesday.
probably
So
not gonna
there's-
happen. Okay, it's not gonna happen. Yeah, given up. All right,
Skip the week.
okay, we won't do that.
Should we
Maybe
go
we'll do that.
longer, Susan? I'm sorry to, should we like start earlier and then go longer? Should we do like a 9 to 5?
Are you open to that?
That wouldn't work for me. I
Okay.
can do it to 4.
9 to 4. 9 to
Well,
4.
we always go to 4 when it's not a Friday. So do you want to do 9? But we start at 10, so maybe 9 to 4?
Which day are we talking
That's the 20th.
Is that in Worcester or Boston?
I think that's it. I
about?
think
Probably.
probably Worcester.
Is Boston better for folks?
If I could go to 5 if we're in Boston, I just have to make sure I have the little one in my car. by
We could do
5:30, so-
Boston because we've done Worcester 3 times already, you know?
In that case, I could do until 5.
Commissioner Stebbins, Roy.
She's got the longest.
9 to 5 in Boston, that's okay.
We'll miss a call on the dormant commerce clause.
The what?
The dormant commerce clause, we'll miss a call on it.
He's happy, he's happy.
But
So
that's,
9 to
that
4.
gives us 2 more hours, so that's.
Sure, 5 or
that's really
4:30,
good.
Commissioner, both of them. On that day.
Maybe 4:30 to be
Okay.
safe.
Yeah.
But not, it still gives us another hour and a half, so thank you, that's great. I didn't realize how tight it is, and next week you're all swamped. All right, then I'm gonna hold off on the outreach and consultation. Unless I can get a little bit of your time, Sean, because I think you might have some ideas about that since it's with staff. So maybe I'll, if it's okay with you, try to schedule a 45-minute call?
Sure.
Okay,
And Grace would be best equipped.
okay.
I just have a separate question. Staff has been asked me to ask you, Sean, about December meeting and
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I probably also talked to the chair. Historically, we've not done a December meeting. I would advise that I think it's probably in our best interest to do one this year.
I was gonna
I
ask, I'd actually had a conversation and one of the responses was maybe we could do a slim down approval, or do you think that there are other policy things that we need to be doing? I mean, I prefer doing a December meeting, again, I know that, you know, it takes some of the pressure off of your staff, but I think that.
Honestly, I think it creates different pressures,
Mhm.
frankly. I think we've not done the last 2 years December meetings. But I think for the sake of businesses that would be impacted, I think it's appropriate. So we can probably discuss other policy matters that.
Good, okay, I was in favor of that, and I think I.
And it would be an early meeting anyways, it's December 8th.
Right,
So-
and I think we'd want to probably announce that next week.
Yep.
So folks are feeling anxiety right now, industry-wise.
Yeah,
And so I think we can take that off the
yeah,
table.
okay, good,
And I will massage the staff messaging on that as
good, I
well.
was gonna ask.
I mean, I'll also just say, Sean, I don't know what's on the back burner in terms of policy and things, but it is a hopefully you guys can have the conversation when you're setting the agenda, but, you know, I mean, we're here to work and this industry's behind, so whatever needs to be on there needs to be on there, you know? So.
Can you just clarify your point? What do you-
Yeah, just I'm saying, like, we say slim down, but, you know, if we're gonna have a meeting, might as well have a meeting.
Can I tell you, this is really, I think we should have a meeting. I was only trying to be, I've been asking this question about
Yeah.
why don't we meet in December?
Yeah.
Because like, again, 1 month later is people with carrying costs and another month that they don't get to start making money. But it was suggested to me that if there was too much pressure on the staff to find a happy medium,
Yeah,
that's all. I mean,
Got it, got it.
trust
Thank
me,
you.
No, I think we can talk about the goals
Yeah.
and plenty to do.
Yeah.
We can use the December meeting.
Before we adjourn,
That's right.
we need to do that. We just to stick a pin in external communications, to address the point that Commissioner Concepcion raised. This is all really proactive stuff under communications. There's no reactive approaches, which I think
I
is
think they said
kind
they
of
were
what
gonna,
we've been covering,
Yeah,
but
I think.
not to lose that. Okay.
you guys gonna work on something, Chair?
That's a good point to bring into that conversation.
And you and I, we need to talk a little bit about some of that self-assessment stuff, because I think I sent you the thing from corporate governance people, and I don't think it's very good. And you have the stuff that, in terms of the removal or the.
Right, I have, and I distributed that.
Yes,
actually.
yeah.
Yeah.
But you and I still need to, because I don't think I haven't found good language yet about the self-assessment stuff, so we need to have another conversation.
Okay.
Should we adjourn?
Motion to adjourn in executive session.
I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'd entertain second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Bye.
Bye.
Roll call.
It's
Aye.
unanimous.
Thank you,
Samuel,
Susan.
Samuel, that was a roll call in case you missed it. And
Thank you, Sonia, thank you.
Concepcion.
All that's Curtis.
Now we can all go have a beer.
I'm
Bring some in.
I'm going with my wife on a
Based on my example.
boat cruise with a bunch of Chilean agriculture people.
I mean, we could, if we went 2 and 2,
Part of her work.
commissioners, yeah, different rules.
Just register your vote to adjourn.
Oh, yes, I.
We had you down this.
The chair created a new policy that we can all go out